especialmente después de los huracanes ETA, Iota y Julia.
Sí, agradeciendo nuevamente a las 8 empresas de Indonesia, al CPOPC por haber logrado conseguir este valioso aporte para los productores del país. Creo que es muy importante porque viene a contribuir y a devolverle ese estado de ánimo a los productores que han estado muy afectados.
This type of partnership is what the industry needs now to address challenges, not only the effect of natural disasters, but also discriminative policies against palm oil.
Congratulations to the CPOPC Secretariat for arranging the shipment ceremony. Over 100,000 germinated seed will be shipped to assist hundreds of Honduran smallholders affected by hurricane back in 2020. This should be seen as a humanitarian response and convey a sincere hope to redouble the partnership between CPOPC Indonesia and Malaysian stakeholders with Honduras.
This also proves that we recognize Honduras as an important AD of CPOPC. More so, since the country is in the process of becoming a full member of the Council. It's only right for us to extend the help that they need with the germinated seeds. And I hope this will foster stronger ties between the member countries moving forward.
This secretary, together with the Industrial Association of Oil Palm Producers at Honduras, AIPA, will ensure the correct distribution of seeds, especially among those growers who lost plantation recently due to environmental disasters. This donation represents a huge and enormous and important contribution for them.
En el 2003 ingresamos a esta tierra para lo que es la agricultura. Dependiendo al ver la sostenibilidad de la familia, entonces nosotros fue que logramos a luchar para sembrar palma.
La palma es una de las plantas que en realidad tiene bastante prioridad para uno.
Formulating the roles of CPOPC has brought strategic actions together with a stronger voice on the international stage. My hope is for CPOPC to be recognized by international policymakers, social groups, and organizations, as well as industry players. I believe CPOPC has an important role to play and should be seen as a primary global body that champions farm industry-related issues.
The current development of global issue, where the pressure of fulfilling the green development continues to put pressure on us, it is important for us to see our agenda going forward, that is collaboration and consolidation among producers under the CPOPC. We need to continuously improve the organization governance, including ensuring the effectiveness of the Secretariat in terms of providing the needed support of the members' countries.
Let's have a look at a short video on Honduras to mark the joining the CPOPC as a member country.
We appreciate very much the support of CPOPC and also make it clear to the European Commission that palm oil is also an important way of living for many farmers in many countries.
Our today's meeting paves another important opportunity for CPOPC to serve our common vision of leading all palm oil producing countries into the future.
I firmly believe that as palm oil producing countries, we must continue to enhance our sustainability practices across the entire palm oil value chain.
Satu dua, satu cek 1 2. Satu
Formulating the roles of CPOPC has brought strategic actions together with a stronger voice on the international stage. My hope is for CPOPC to be recognized by international policymakers, social groups, and organizations, as well as industry players. I believe CPOPC has an important role to play and should be seen as a primary global body that champions farm industry-related issues.
The current development of global issue, where the pressure of fulfilling the green development continues to put pressure on us, it is important for us to see our agenda going forward, that is collaboration and consolidation among producers under the CPOPC. We need to continuously improve the organization governance, including ensuring the effectiveness of the Secretariat in terms of providing the needed support of the members' countries.
Let's have a look at a short video on Honduras to mark the joining the CPOPC as a member country.
We appreciate very much the support of CPOPC and also make it clear to the European Commission that palm oil is also an important way of living for many farmers in many countries.
Our today's meeting paves another important opportunity for CPOPC to serve our common vision of leading all palm oil producing countries into the future.
I firmly believe that as palm oil producing countries, we must continue to enhance our sustainability practices across the entire palm oil value chain. Letting the roles of CPOPC has brought strategic actions together with a stronger voice on the international stage. My hope is for CPOPC to be recognized by international policymakers, social groups, and organizations, as well as industry players. I believe CPOPC has an important role to play and should be seen as a primary global body that champions farm industry-related issues.
The current development of global issue, where the pressure of fulfilling the green development continues to put pressure on us, it is important for us to see our agenda going forward, that is collaboration and consolidation among producers under CPOPC. We need to continuously improve the organization governance, including ensuring the effectiveness of the Secretariat in terms of providing the needed support of the members' countries.
Let's have a look at a short video on Honduras to mark the joining the CPOPC as a member country.
We appreciate very much the support of CPOPC and also make it clear to the European Commission that palm oil is also an important way of living for many farmers in many countries.
Our today's meeting paves another important opportunity for CPOPC to serve our common vision of leading all palm oil producing countries into the future.
I firmly believe that as palm oil producing countries, we must continue to enhance our sustainability practices across the entire palm oil value chain.
SOM is an important platform for us to discuss issues that are affecting the palm oil producing countries and the industry at large.
Through this joint mission to Brussels, I hope that we can deliver a strong message together to our consumer country.
It is good for us to recognize how important palm oil is for our economy, but also source of income, but as a source of work for many people.
It is an alarming sign for us to continuously improve the sustainability and productivity of the global palm oil sector to keep pace with the global demand.
And we will be looking forward to any action that need to be done to continue investing and doing good work together.
SOM is the platform that we need to make it stronger, especially in the international forum. I hope to see continued growth and success of our council as we strive towards our shared vision of sustainable and prosperous palm oil industry. SOM is an important platform for us to discuss issues that are affecting the palm oil producing countries and the industry at large.
Through this joint mission to Brussels, I hope that we can deliver a strong message together to our consumer country.
It is good for us to recognize how important palm oil is for our economy, but also source of income, but as a source of work for many people.
It is an alarming sign for us to continuously improve the sustainability and productivity of the global palm oil sector to keep pace with the global demand.
And we will be looking forward to any action that need to be done to continue investing and doing good work together.
Some is the platform that we need to make it stronger, especially in the international forum. I hope to see continued growth and success of our council as we strive towards our shared vision of sustainable and prosperous palm oil industry. SOM is an important platform for us to discuss issues that are affecting the palm oil producing countries and the industry at large.
Through this joint mission to Brussels, I hope that we can deliver a strong message together to our consumer country.
It is good for us to recognize how important palm oil is for our economy, but also source of income, but as a source of work for many people.
It is an alarming sign for us to continuously improve the sustainability and productivity of the global palm oil sector to keep pace with the global demand.
And we will be looking forward to any action that need to be done to continue investing and doing good work together.
SOM is the platform that we need to make it stronger, especially in the international forum. I hope to see continued growth and success of our council as we strive towards our shared vision of sustainable and prosperous palm oil industry.
This type of partnership is what the industry needs now to address challenges, not only the effect of natural disasters, but also discriminative policies against palm oil.
congratulations to the CPOPC Secretariat for arranging the shipment ceremony. Over 100,000 germinated seed will be shipped to assist hundreds of Honduran smallholders affected by hurricane back in 2020. This should be seen as a humanitarian response and convey a sincere hope to redouble the partnership between CPOPC Indonesia and Malaysian stakeholders with Honduras.
This also proves that we recognize Honduras as important AD of CPOPC. More so, since the country is in the process of becoming a full member of the Council. It's only right for us to extend the help that they need with the germinated seeds. And I hope this will foster stronger ties between the member countries moving forward.
This secretary, together with the Industrial Association of Oil Palm Producers at Honduras, AIPA, will ensure the correct distribution of seeds, especially among those growers who lost plantation recently due to environmental disasters. This donation represents a huge and enormous and important contribution for them.
En el 2003 ingresamos a esta tierra para lo que es la agricultura. Dependiendo al ver la sostenibilidad de la familia, entonces nosotros fue que logramos a luchar para sembrar palma.
La palma es una de las plantas que en realidad tiene bastante prioridad para uno de campesino, porque es lo que la planta ahorita es la planta la más que produce pues para uno de campesino. Sí.
La época que vino de Tillota los dejó sin nada. La altura de agua aquí sobrepasó casi a los 30 pies de altura de agua. A los 8 meses pudimos venir a entrar a siquiera una área de la tierra porque no podíamos entrar después de los huracanes. Desde el día que empezó a llenar y ya quedamos incomunicados, para nosotros ya habíamos hecho números o cuentas de que no teníamos nada, que habíamos quedado sin nada, las pérdidas fueron totales y las llenas vienen, pero ellos traen hongos que dejan en la tierra por la fuerte humedad y la humedad trae hongos y el hongus mata las plantas.
Porque bueno, ustedes deben de observar todo lo perdido. Ha bajado, cuando empezamos nosotros estábamos sacando aproximadamente unas 80 toneladas. Ahorita, sin estos cortecitos, lo más que estamos sacando, oiga bien, serán de 4 a 5 toneladitas. Para mí, en este momento que la producción de palma es muy baja, se me hace muy difícil para poder sustentar a la familia.
Este día estamos recibiendo 102,000 semillas germinadas de palma africana de alta genética que vienen a ayudar y a paliar el impacto negativo que han tenido nuestros productores de palma en los años anteriores, especialmente después de los huracanes Eta, Iota y Julia.
Sí, agradeciendo nuevamente a las 8 empresas de Indonesia, al CPOPC por haber logrado conseguir este valioso aporte para los productores del país. Creo que es muy importante porque viene a contribuir y a devolverle ese estado de ánimo a los productores que han estado muy afectados.
Uplifting the roles of CPOPC has brought strategic actions together with a stronger voice on the international stage. My hope is for CPOPC to be recognized by international policymakers, social groups, and organizations, as well as industry players. I believe CPOPC has an important role to play and should be seen as a primary global body that champions farm industry-related issues.
The current development of global issue, where the pressure of fulfilling the green development continues to put pressure on us, it is important for us to see our agenda going forward, that is collaboration and consolidation among producers under the CPOPC. We need to continuously improve the organization governance, including ensuring the effectiveness of the Secretariat in terms of providing the needed support of the members' countries.
Let's have a look at a short video on Honduras to mark the joining the CPOPC as a member country.
We appreciate very much the support of CPOPC and also make it clear to the European Commission that palm oil is also an important way of living for many farmers in many countries.
Our today's meeting paves another important opportunity for CPOPC to serve our common vision of leading all palm oil producing countries into the future.
I firmly believe that as palm oil producing countries, we must continue to enhance our sustainability practices across the entire palm oil value chain.
SOM is an important platform for us to discuss issues that are affecting the palm oil producing countries and the industry at large.
Through this joint mission to Brussels, I hope that we can deliver a strong message together to our consumer country.
It is good for us to recognize how important palm oil is for our economy, but also source of income, but as a source of work for many people.
It is an alarming sign for us to continuously improve the sustainability and productivity of the global palm oil sector to keep pace with the global demand.
And we will be looking forward to any action that needs to be done to continue investing and doing good work together.
SOM is the platform that we need to make it stronger, especially in the international fora. I hope to see continued growth and success of our council as we strive towards our shared vision of sustainable and prosperous palm oil industry.
This type of partnership is what the industry needs now to address challenges, not only the effect of natural disasters, but also discriminative policies against palm oil.
Congratulations to the CPOPC Secretariat for arranging the shipment ceremony. Over 100,000 germinated seed will be shipped to assist hundreds of Honduran smallholders affected by hurricane back in 2020. This should be seen as a humanitarian response and convey a sincere hope to redouble the partnership between CPOPC Indonesia and Malaysian stakeholders with Honduras.
This also proves that we recognize Honduras as an important AD of CPOPC. More so, since the country is in the process of becoming a full member of the Council. It's only right for us to extend the help that they need with the germinated seeds. And I hope this will foster stronger ties between the member countries moving forward.
This secretary, together with the Industrial Association of Oil Palm Producers at Honduras, AIPA, will ensure the correct distribution of seeds, especially among those growers who lost plantation recently due to environmental disasters. This donation represents a huge and enormous and important contribution for them.
En el 2003 ingresamos a esta tierra para lo que es la agricultura. Dependiendo al ver la sostenibilidad de la familia, entonces nosotros fue que logramos a luchar para sembrar palma.
La palma es una de las plantas que en realidad tiene bastante prioridad para uno de campesino, porque es lo que la planta ahorita es la planta la más que produce pues para uno de campesino. Sí.
La época que vino de Tillota los dejó sin nada. La altura de agua aquí sobrepasó casi a los 30 pies de altura de agua. A los 8 meses pudimos venir a entrar a siquiera una área de la tierra porque no podíamos entrar después de los huracanes. Desde el día que empezó a llenar y ya quedamos incomunicados, para nosotros ya habíamos hecho números o cuentas de que no teníamos nada, que habíamos quedado sin nada, las pérdidas fueron totales y las llenas vienen, pero ellos traen hongos que dejan en la tierra por la fuerte humedad y la humedad trae hongos y el hongus mata las plantas.
Porque bueno, ustedes deben de observar todo lo perdido. Ha bajado, cuando empezamos nosotros estábamos sacando aproximadamente unas 80 toneladas. Ahorita, sin estos cortecitos, lo más que estamos sacando, oiga bien, serán de 4 a 5 toneladitas. Para mí, en este momento, que la producción de palma es muy baja, se me hace muy difícil para poder sustentar a la familia.
Este día estamos recibiendo 102,000 semillas germinadas de palma africana de alta genética que vienen a ayudar y a paliar el impacto negativo que han tenido nuestros productores de palma en los años anteriores, especialmente después de los huracanes ETA, Iota y Julia.
Sí, agradeciendo nuevamente a las 8 empresas de Indonesia, a CPOPC por haber logrado conseguir este valioso aporte para los productores del país. Creo que es muy importante porque viene a contribuir y a devolverle ese estado de ánimo a los productores que han estado muy afectados.
Are you feedback?
Formulating the roles of CPOPC has brought strategic actions together with a stronger voice on the international stage. My hope is for CPOPC to be recognized by international policymakers, social groups, and organizations, as well as industry players. So I believe CPOPC has an important role to play and should be seen as a primary global body that champions farm industry-related issues.
The current development of global issue, where the pressure of fulfilling the green development continues to put pressure on us, it is important for us to see our agenda going forward, that is collaboration and consolidation among producers under the CPOPC. We need to continuously improve the organization governance, including ensuring the effectiveness of the Secretariat in terms of providing the needed support of the members' countries.
Let's have a look at a short video on Honduras to mark the joining the CPOPC as a member country.
We appreciate very much the support of CPOPC and also make it clear to the European Commission that palm oil is also an important way of living for many farmers in many countries.
Our today's meeting paves another important opportunity for CPOPC to serve our common vision of leading all palm oil producing countries into the future.
I firmly believe that as palm oil producing countries, we must continue to enhance our sustainability practices across the entire palm oil value chain. Formulating the roles of CPOPC has brought strategic actions together with a stronger voice on the international stage. My hope is for CPOPC to be recognized by international policymakers, social groups, and organizations, as well as industry players. So I believe CPOPC has an important role to play and should be seen as a primary global body that champions farm industry-related issues.
The current development of global issue, where the pressure of fulfilling the green development continues to put pressure on us, it is important for us to see our agenda going forward, that is collaboration and consolidation among producers under the CPOPC. We need to continuously improve the organization governance, including ensuring the effectiveness of the Secretariat in terms of providing the need support of the members countries.
Let's have a look at a short video on Honduras to mark the joining the CPOPC as a member country.
We appreciate very much the support of CPOPC and also make it clear to the European Commission that palm oil is also an important way of living for many farmers in many countries.
Our today's meeting paves another important opportunity for CPOPC to serve our common vision of leading all palm oil producing countries into the future.
I firmly believe that as palm oil producing countries, we must continue to enhance our sustainability practices across the entire palm oil value chain. Formulating the roles of CPOPC has brought strategic actions together with a stronger voice on the international stage. My hope is for CPOPC to be recognized by international policymakers, social groups, and organizations, industry players. So I believe CPOPC has an important role to play and should be seen as a primary global body that champions farm industry-related issues.
Distinguished
The current development of global issue, where the pressure of fulfilling
National
the green
Smallholder
development
Workshop
continues to put
2023
pressure on us,
is about
it
to
is
begin
important
in 15 minutes. For our
and
participants joining
consolidation among
virtually,
producer under the
please hang
CPOPC.
tight
We need to
and make sure you
continuously
already
improve
used
the
the virtual
organization
background sent
governance,
to your submitted
including
email,
ensuring the
or you
effectiveness
can
of the
grab it
Secretariat
through your
in
chat
terms
box
of providing
provided
the
by
need
our
support
operator.
of the members countries.
And for
Let's
those
have a
who
look
attend
at a
with
short
us
video
physically,
on Honduras.
please,
to mark the
you can
joining
collect your
the
automatic receiver
CPOPC
on the
as a
registration
member
venue in front of
We
Forum 1.
appreciate very much the
Once
support
again,
of CPOPC
for
and
participants who
also
present
make
physically,
it clear
please
to
collect your
the
automatic translation
European
receiver
Commission
on the
that
registration
palm
venue
oil
in front of Forum 1.
is also
Thank you.
an important
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished participants, the CPOPC International Smallholder Workshop 2023 is about to begin in 15 minutes. For our participants joining virtually, please hang tight and make sure you already use the virtual background sent to your submitted email, or you can simply grab it through the chat box on the Zoom. And for those who present physically, you can collect your automatic translation receiver on the registration venue in front of Forum 1. For those who present physically, please collect your automatic translation receiver on the registration venue in front of Forum 1. Thank you.
Formulating the roles of CPOPC has brought strategic actions together with a stronger voice on the international stage. My hope is for CPOPC to be recognized by international policymakers, social groups, and organizations, as well as industry players. I believe CPOPC has an important role to play and should be seen as a primary
akan
global
dimulai
body
dalam
that
waktu
champions
15
farm
menit.
industry related
Mohon
issues.
untuk tetap berada di dalam
The current
Zoom
development of
dan
global
silakan
issue where
menggunakan
the
virtual
pressure of
background
fulfilling the
yang telah
green
disediakan
development
oleh
continues to
operator
put
kami
pressure on us.
yang sudah
It is
kami
important
kirimkan
for
dari
us to
Bapak
see
Ibu
our agenda
dan
going
juga
forward,
tersedia
that
dalam
is
kolom
collaboration
chat.
and consolidation among producers under the
And
CPOPC.
for the
We need to
participants who join
continuously
us
improve
physically,
the organization
please
governance,
collect your automatic
including ensuring
translation
the
receiver
effectiveness of the
on the
secretariat
registration
in terms
venue
of
in
providing
front
the
of
need
Forum
support of the members countries.
Let's have a look at a short video on Honduras to mark the joining the CPOPC as a member country.
we appreciate
Cek, cek. 1, 2. Distinguished participants, the CPOPC International Smallholder Workshop 2023 is about to begin in 15 minutes. For our participants joining virtually, please hang tight and make sure you already use the virtual background sent to your submitted email, or you can grab it through your chat box provided by our operator. And for the participants who join us here in Malacca, please collect your automatic translation receiver on the registration venue in front of ballroom 1. Once again, for the participants who join physically, please collect your automatic translation receiver on the registration venue in front of ballroom 1. Thank you.
For CPOPC to be recognized by international groups and organizations, as well as industry players. So I believe CPOPC global body that champions farm industry related issues.
The current development of global issue, where the pressure of fulfilling the green development continues to put pressure on us, it is important for us to see our agenda going forward, that is collaboration and consolidation among producers under CPOPC. We need to continuously the members countries.
Let's have a look at a short video on Honduras to mark the joining the CPOPC as a member country.
We appreciate very much the support of CPOPC and also make it clear to the European Commission that palm oil is also an important way of living for many farmers in many countries.
Our today's meeting paved another important opportunity for CPOPC to serve our common vision of leading all palm oil producing countries into the future.
I firmly believe that as palm oil producing countries, we must continue to enhance our sustainability practices across the entire palm oil value chain.
SOM is an important platform for us to discuss issues that are affecting the palm oil producing countries and the industry at large.
Through this joint mission to Brussels, I hope that we can deliver a strong message together to our consumer country.
It is good for us to recognize how important palm oil is for our economy, but also source of income, but as a source of work for many people.
It is an alarming sign for us to continuously improve the sustainability and productivity of the global palm oil sector to keep pace with the global demand.
And we will be looking forward to any action that needs to be done to continue investing and doing good work together.
SOM is the platform that we need to make it stronger, especially in the international forum. I hope to see continued growth and success of our council as we strive towards our shared vision of sustainable and prosperous palm oil industry.
Distinguished participants, the CPOPC International Smallholder Workshop 2023 is about to begin shortly. For our participants joining virtually, please hang tight and make sure you already use the virtual background sent to your submitted email, or you can grab it through your chat box provided by our operator. And for those who come here with us and join us here in Malacca, you can collect your automatic translation receiver on the registration venue in front of bottom one. Once again, for those who come here physically with us, please collect your automatic translation receiver on the registration venue in front of bottom one. Thank you.
Deliver a strong message together to our consumer country.
It is good for us to recognize how important palm oil is for our economy, but also source of income, but as a source of work for many people.
It is an alarming sign for us to continuously improve the sustainability and productivity of the global palm oil sector to keep pace with the global demand.
And we will be looking forward to any action that needs to be done to continue investing and doing good work together.
SOM is the platform that we need to make it stronger, especially in the international forum. I hope to see continued growth and success of our council as we strive towards our shared vision of sustainable and prosperous palm oil industry. Song is an important platform for us to discuss issues that are affecting the palm oil producing countries and the industry at large.
Through this joint mission to Brussels, I hope that we can deliver a strong message together to our consumer country.
It is good for us to recognize how important palm oil is for our economy, but also source of income, but as a source of work for many people.
It is an alarming sign for us to continuously improve the sustainability and productivity of the global palm oil sector to keep pace with the global demand.
And we will be looking forward to any action that needs to be done to continue investing and doing good work together.
SOM is the platform that we need to make it stronger, especially in the international forum. I hope to see continued growth and success of our council as we strive towards our shared vision of sustainable and prosperous palm oil industry. SOM is an important platform for us to discuss issues that are affecting the palm oil producing countries and the industry at large.
Through this joint mission to Brussels, I hope that we can deliver a strong message together to our consumer country.
It is good for us to recognize how important palm oil is for our economy, but also source of income, but as a source of work for many people.
It is an alarming sign for us to continuously improve the sustainability and productivity of the global palm oil sector to keep pace with the global demand.
And we will be looking forward to any action that needs to be done to continue investing and doing good work together.
Some is the platform that we need to make it stronger, especially in the international forum. I hope to see continued growth and success of our council as we strive towards our shared vision of sustainable and prosperous palm oil industry. SOM is an important platform for us to discuss issues that are affecting the palm oil producing countries and the industry at large.
Through this joint mission to Brussels, I hope that we can deliver a strong message together to our consumer country.
It is good for us to recognize how important palm oil is for our economy, but also source of income, but as a source of work for many people.
It is an alarming sign for us to continuously improve the sustainability and productivity of the global palm oil sector to keep pace with the global demand.
And we will be looking forward to any action that needs to be done to continue investing and doing good work together.
SOM is the platform that we need to make it stronger, especially in the international forum. I hope to see continued growth and success of our council as we strive towards our shared vision of sustainable and prosperous palm oil industry. SOM is an important platform for us to discuss issues that are affecting the palm oil producing countries and the industry at large.
Through this joint mission to Brussels, I hope that we can deliver a strong message together to our consumer country.
It is good for us to recognize how important palm oil is for our economy, but also source of income, but as a source of work for many people.
It is an alarming sign for us to continuously improve the sustainability and productivity of the global palm oil sector to keep pace with the global demand.
And we will be looking forward to any action that needs to be done to continue investing and doing good work together.
SOM is the platform that we need to make it
Distinguished
stronger, especially in
participants,
the international.
and big shortly, the CPOPC Smallholder Workshop and Field Visit is about to begin.
As we strive
So please, welcome to the bottom one. I kindly have your seat. Thank you. Ke Jalan Jongker, makan ramen. Belum kenyang, lalu makan nasi. Dear esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Smallholder Workshop and Field Visit organized by CPOPC. Yang berbahagia, Dato' Mat Zaidi bin Muhammad Karli, Secretary General, Ministry of Plantation and Commodities of Malaysia. Honorable Madam Dr. Musdalifah Mahmud, Deputy Minister for Food and Agribusiness, Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia. Honorable Mr. Litroy Lazo Rodriguez, Subsecretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras. Dr. Rizal Afandi Lukman, Secretary General of CPOPC. Yang berbahagia, Datuk Najib Wahab, Deputy Secretary General of CPOPC. Dr. Wicaksana Darmo Sarkoro, Dr. Puah Chiwe, Directors of CPOPC. And all the esteemed speakers, representatives from Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia, the Ministry of Plantation and Commodities of Malaysia, and the smallholder participants who are attending this workshop here with us and virtually. Good morning from Malacca, Malaysia, and also good evening to everyone in Zoom across Asia Pacific, Latin America, Central America, and Africa. Welcome in this very good morning in the CPOPC International Smallholders Workshop and Field Visit 2023 of Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries. My name is Satria Bahar, and I will be the master of ceremony throughout the whole session. It is a pleasure to also see the participants from different countries. The purpose of this program is to identify potential activities and achieving sustainable certification among Indonesia and Malaysia smallholders. All sessions of the workshop will be live broadcasted on our YouTube channel, so please visit CPOPC YouTube channel. Dear distinguished participants, before we start the session, I kindly remind you of few rules to follow before the session. For the participants joining in Malacca with us, please mute your handphone to keep the workshop focused. And for those who have presented virtually, kindly mute your mic, especially when the speakers are presenting. Please rename yourself using the format first name, script, country. You can submit your questions for the speaker through the Q&A feature located at the bottom of the screen. The questions can be used Bahasa or English. And also you can raise your questions before, during, and after the presentations of each speaker. And there will be an also automatic translation to online participants who wish to translate from English to your private language that can be accessed by simply click the CC icon or caption feature located at the bottom of your Zoom screen to choose your preferred languages. And for those who attend with us physically, you can collect your automatic translation receiver in front of ballroom and set the channel to number 1 to translate to Bahasa. And distinguished participants, we always been proudly to have you in touch with CPOPC along this way through our social media account on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And now, CPOPC also has always been supporting the role of social media to spread the continuous support for smallholders. So in this remarkable occasion, we invite all participants who join here in Malacca or virtually to share your most insightful story at the CPOPC International Smallholder Workshop 2023. And now you can see, here are our social media that you can also access and find out to reach by tagging our social media account at cpopc.org or Council of Oil Producing Countries through various accounts that we have. And moving forward to the next step, after uploading, please send a screenshot and also a link that refers to the post privately to our admin Insightful Story Zoom account that also is still available on Zoom Room. You can simply send it through WhatsApp, and by the end of the event, there will be an award for all the winners. So make sure you are keep in touch with us until the end of today's workshop. And now, dear distinguished participants, to begin today's workshop, may we now invite Dr. Rizal Afandi Lukman, Secretary General of CPOPC, to officially open the session. To Bapak Riza, the stage is yours.
Yang berbahagia, Datuk Mad Zaidi Muhammad Karli, Secretary General, Ministry of Plantation and Commodities Malaysia, Honorable Dr. Musdalifah Mahmud, Deputy Minister for Food and Agribusiness, Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Ingroy Lazo Rodriguez, Subsecretary of Agriculture and Livestock, Honduras, Honorable Ricky Morris, Member of Parliament of Papua New Guinea, my colleague Datuk Nagib, Deputy SG, CPOPC, Honorable Ambassadors, as well as also officials from the Ministry of Plantation Commodities of Malaysia, Puan Nurul and your team. Yang kami hormati Bapak Edi Yusuf beserta rekan-rekan dari kantor Menko Perekonomian, as well as also the officials from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras, and also officials and also representative from the Papua New Guinea who are coming to attend this workshop in Melaka, and also who joining online through Zoom platform, including several prominent actors, as well as also the representation from several palm oil industry, including from GAPKI, Bapak Aziz, Bapak Heryadi from ISPO Sekretariat, as well as also from Malaysia, MPOB, from MPOC, and also yang kami hormati dan kami banggakan, rekan-rekan smallholders dari Indonesia dan Malaysia. Ada dari Apkasindo, Fortasbi, Aspekpir, Samade. Dari Malaysia ada dari NASH, Pelda, ada DOPA, ada Velcra, and including from PNG as I mentioned. So thank you very much for being here all the way coming to this wonderful and very beautiful Malacca city in Malaysia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning and a warm welcome to the CPOPC International Smallholder Workshop 2023 in the beautiful Malacca, Malaysia. This workshop is one of the most important CPOPC activities, particularly to enhance the smallholders' capacity and also instill the spirit of sustainability in palm oil. And for that, I'd like to extend my gratitude to the SOM leaders for blessing this event with their keynote speeches later on. Smallholders are central to the palm oil supply chain in the upstream sector. Indonesia, Malaysia, Honduras, 3 members of the CPOPC, and hopefully very soon PNG also joining CPOPC, record more than 41%, 27%, and 50% of oil palm production generated by the smallholders respectively. Hence, there is a growing and factual need to increase the smallholders' exposure towards sustainable production and good agricultural practice. In the current global trend and challenges, only those with sustainability assurance can enter the market. we are aware that this is not easy for the smallholders, but I think with the achievement in Malaysia, particularly for the smallholders, is about 90% is already have been the MSPO standard. So this is, I think, a good opportunity for Indonesia friends to learn, particularly also at the policy makers level. Pak Edi Yusuf, we should also learn how Malaysia can achieve this achievement, as well as what would be the lesson learned to imitate and also to replicate, to accelerate for the smallholders in Indonesia in getting the ISPO certificates. Therefore, this workshop will be an important avenue for the participants to improve their awareness on good agriculture practice and strengthen their understanding on sustainability, as well as exchanging their experience. Improving the smallholders' capacity on the above topics are relevant to answer the challenge posed by the recently adopted EUDR, EU Deforestation Free Regulation, which will also be discussed more specifically in this workshop. What would be the impact of the EUDR, particularly to the smallholders, will be discussed later on. In response to the EUDR, the joint mission to Brussels by the ministers from Indonesia and Malaysia highlighted the importance for the EU to first recognize the sustainability certification that is already in place, such as ISPO and MSPO. Second, consider specific measures to integrate better smallholders into the supply chains while minimizing the impact of the EUDR to the smallholders. Distinguished participants, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, to signify further the value added of the workshop, the CPOPC Secretariat will also bring representative of the smallholders from Indonesia and Malaysia, as well as from PNG, to visit Sam Derby's oil palm plantation in Ladang Merlimau and the smallholders plantation in Paya Dalam. Through this visit, we hope that all participants can learn more on agriculture, automatization, and mechanization to increase the smallholders' productivity. As we fully understand that the UDR and also the policy taken by Malaysia and Indonesia to keep the land of the oil palm plantation not to open for the new land. So it is important to improve the productivity of the yield of the oil palm. So therefore, I think this opportunity is good also learning how to increase the smallholders, farmers' productivity, including in learning the good agricultural practices. This international workshop will be carried out on a hybrid platform, and I welcome the offline participant of the smallholders representative and speakers from Malaysia, Indonesia, and Papua New Guinea, as well as online participation by the wider audience from Honduras, Guatemala, Ghana, Nigeria, Mexico, Peru, Colombia, India, Sri Lanka, Philippines, and Germany. And in this opportunity, I would like to express our appreciation and thanks to all participants for the in-person and active participation, as well as speakers from sharing your knowledge and insight, and to the participants watching through online, and also to my CPOPC team, my colleague Dato' Nagib, Dr. Wicak, Dr. Puah, and all of my team members in the Secretariat, for organizing this workshop. Before concluding my remarks, I'd like to introduce CPOPC upcoming project that will engage young generations called Young Elias Ambassadors or Young Ambassadors of the Palm Oil. More details of this project will be displayed very soon. So I'd like to invite you to watch this brief presentation.
Hey, what's up, guys? Are you a young trailblazer from these countries? Do you have passion for sustainability and want to be a game changer? Well, listen up because we've got some exciting news for you. Hashtag Young List Program by CPOPC, Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries, gathers young people aged 17 to 30 to be the ambassadors who share yours and other people's experiences and opinions on areas within the sustainability pillars in the palm oil industry. And we want you to be part of this inspiring movement. Only 25 people with a minimum 3,000 followers in one of social media platform will be selected to be finalists for the program. And the best part is the winners will receive project funding up to 26,000 US dollars. That's right. Your ideas can turn into a real life project. And also 4 selected winners will be given the opportunity to explore the palm oil industry in Indonesia and Malaysia. Imagine the impact that you could create as a Young Elias ambassador. So what are you waiting for? Seize this incredible opportunity to become a Young Elias. Together, let's grow a sustainable future. Bye.
So, as you just see, we are now reaching our young generations, not only in the producing country, but also in the consuming countries. Together, the young people to be the ambassadors of palm oil. They will voice the sustainability pillars in the palm oil industry, which might not be really known by them and also by their peers. Please join us, this project, and ask your friends, your family, your juniors to be part of Young Elias Ambassadors. Finally, I wish you all a fruitful discussion. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Rizal, for sending us a spiritual message in this beautiful morning, especially for the Young Elias ambassadors. And moving forward, may we invite Yang Berbahagia, Dato' Mat Zaidi bin Muhammad Karli, Secretary General, Ministry of Plantation and Commodities of Malaysia, to deliver keynote speech. Honorable, the floor is yours.
Her Excellency Madam Laura Suazo, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock, the Republic of Honduras, Madam Dr. Muzalifah Mahmud, Deputy Minister for Food and Agribusiness, Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Roy Lazo, Under Secretary of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Honduras, Dr. Rizal Effendi Lukman, Secretary General, Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries, Datuk Muhammad Najib bin Abdul Wahab, Deputy Secretary General, Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries, participants of CPOPC Smallholders Workshop, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera, selamat pagi, and a very good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, before I begin, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the participants to this year's Smallholder Workshop and Field Visit Program hosted by the Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries, or CPOPC. I hope you will enjoy Malacca and the program that have been planned for the next 2 days. I would also like to acknowledge the vital role that smallholders play in this industry. Your dedication and hard work are the foundation of the palm oil industry success. This workshop is an important program for the CPOPC member countries because we believe that supporting and empowering smallholders is crucial for a thriving industry. The theme of this year's workshop, improvement of sustainable certification, achievement, enhancements of good agricultural practices, and lesson learned on technology adoption, highlights the focus area that is important for the future of the oil palm industry. It is a theme that reflects the collective efforts to advance sustainable practice, enhance agricultural methods, and leverage technology to drive positive changes. For this, I applaud the CPOPC for their dedication in promoting sustainable practices and collaboration among palm oil producing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the main focuses of this year's workshop is the improvement of sustainable certification achievement among smallholders. As policymakers, we recognize the significance of providing access to certification schemes and supporting smallholders in meeting their sustainability requirement. As of May 2023, about 90% of all palm planted areas owned by independent smallholders in Malaysia have been certified with the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil or MSPO standard. While we are happy that many have obtained certification, we realize that some smallholders are still facing challenges to be certified due to financial constraints. That is why the Malaysian government has taken a proactive step by allocating the MSPO Incentive Fund, which aims to alleviate the burden borne by our smallholders. I believe this approach can be a model for other palm oil producing countries to consider facilitating their smallholders in embracing sustainable practices. Ladies and gentlemen, we also recognize the importance of enhancing good agricultural practices or GAP among smallholders. These practices encompass various aspects such as the proper use of fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides, efficient harvesting techniques, as well as soil moisture preservation. By sharing this knowledge, we aim to help smallholders maximize productivity, reduce production costs, and ultimately increase their income. Furthermore, this workshop provides a platform for smallholders and policymakers for palm oil producing countries to come together, share their experience, and discuss the best practices in our respective countries. By doing so, we will be able to enrich one another with knowledge, which is crucial for the growth of our industry and smallholder community. I hope you will take full advantage of the workshop and learn from each other and bring back the knowledge gained. Ladies and gentlemen, I also believe that technology adoption is helpful towards sustainable smallholder operation. We are always committed to embracing innovative solutions tailored to the needs of smallholders. For example, a number of transfer of technology programs, or TOT, have been organized by the Malaysian Palm Oil Board, MPOB, to drive technological progress and encourage resource management among smallholders in Malaysia. TOT programs offer substantial benefit, thereby enabling them to improve crop yield and quality. In addition to that, the Malaysian government has also introduced a discount scheme which is aimed at helping smallholders acquire harvesting machine called Chantas that will enable them to increase their productivity. This scheme is one of the means that the Malaysian government uses to increase technology utilization in oil palm plantation and further promote mechanization adoption among smallholders. Ladies and gentlemen, in spite of the many breakthroughs that we have achieved in our industry, we cannot ignore the external challenges that smallholders are still facing. In recent years, we have seen the emergence of new requirements, such as the European Union Deforestation Regulation, or EUDR. The ministry, together with agencies and industries, are working hard to address these challenges together and take the necessary action. It is vital that we continuously fight for the fair inclusion of our smallholders in the palm oil supply chain, protecting their economic well-being without sacrificing environmental sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end my speech, I would like to reaffirm our commitment in improving sustainable certification achievement, enhancing good agricultural practices, and embracing technology among smallholders within the oil palm industry. Through collaborative efforts, we have the capability to empower our smallholders to effectively meet market demand, safeguard the environment, and improve their livelihood altogether. Once again, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the CPOPC for organizing this workshop, and I extend my best wishes to all participants. I hope you will have a chance to interact, learn, and expand your knowledge and skills with each other. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Dato' Ahmad Zaidi. And now, we would like to also invite Honorable Dr. Musdalifah Mahmud, Deputy Minister for Food and Agribusiness, Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver keynote speech. To Ibu Musdalifah, the screen is yours.
Excellency, Dato' Ahmad Zaidi Mohkarli, Secretary General, Ministry of Plantation Commodities, Malaysia. Excellency, Mr. Lidroy Lazo, Subsecretary of Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras. Dr. Rizal Afandi Lukman, Secretary General of Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries, CPOPC. Dato' Muhammad Najib, Deputy Secretary General of CPOPC. Dr. Wicastana, Dr. Puah Chiu, the Director of CPOPC, Honorable all speakers and distinguished participants, those who are attend this workshop offline or online. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The ministerial meeting in May 2023 acknowledged the global vegetable oil market's dynamics and uncertainties that may impact the palm oil industry, such as the European Union's Deforestation Regulation or EUDR. The regulation has led to increased demand for sustainability and transparency in the palm oil sector, mainly due to customer demand. We have submitted objection to the EUDR through the joint mission to Brussels. Facilitated by CPOPC, Indonesia and Malaysia has expressed concern for each country, and this has been followed up with a consultative engagement or task force between Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Union Europe. In order to be more sustainable producer, Indonesia has developed various policies aiming at harmonizing social, economic, and environment aspects in oil palm management. In terms of sustainability, Indonesia has been developing and implementing sustainable certification system for palm oil industry known as Indonesia Sustainable Palm Oil or ISPO since 2011. As a matter of fact, there is still big gap capacity and productivity between palm oil smallholder farmers as compared to private companies. Smallholders are currently prone to exclusion from global value chains due to their large number, high costs associated with certification, and the current poor cultivation practices. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about palm oil industry, smallholders are central to the palm oil supply chains. In Indonesia, no less than 40% of oil palm rented area is managed by smallholders. Some parties consider that smallholder farmers constitute the weakest point of oil palm industry due to the low productivity and quality of palm oil product as a whole. However, Indonesia perceives the smallholder farmers are the solution and opportunity for moving forward to a sustainable palm oil. We do believe the aforementioned phenomenon can be overcome through policy improvement, which focuses on enhancing palm oil governance for smallholder farmers, applying good agriculture practices, facilitation, and advocating for the smallholder farmers, as well as training and education smallholder farmers toward corporate entities. To obtain the palm oil sustainability amongst the smallholder farmers, governance improvement, legal aspect, and business knowledge, coupled with technology and innovation, have to be introduced through the policy and regulation laid down by the government. These include more effective and mandatory implementation of ISPO for smallholder farmers facilitated by the government, improvement of land legality, and applying traceability and transparent trajectory of smallholder farmers' oil palm product right from the farm to the mills. Naturally, palm oil smallholder farmers in Indonesia doing the business on individual basis. It generates some weaknesses which resulted in low income to the smallholder farmers. To improve the situation, government promotes the establishment of smallholders institution, either as a cooperative farmers group or village enterprise, such as Felda in Malaysia. Having had these smallholder farmers institution in place, then they are also making partnership with established private or state-owned companies to get more experience and knowledge through transferring technology and innovation. Besides, the smallholder farmers can also get better access and information to the market and even financial resources. However, smallholders still need to upload the sustainability principle and implement them in their operational activities, because the sustainable development is aimed at responding to world challenges related to the demand for palm oil. This aligns with the expectation of a balance between society, the economy, and the environment. As a council, CPOPC is mandated to improve the welfare of smallholders and strengthen cooperation among oil palm producers. It is important that the smallholders are being guided and supported in realizing sustainability. Strong collaboration among the CPOPC member countries is required to address the challenges. Distinguished participants, a perfect day to all of you who are attending this workshop and field trip for tomorrow. And I would like to extend my appreciations to the Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries for their initiative in hosting today's smallholder workshop and field visit in Malacca, Malaysia, as a continuation of the previous visit which was held in Medan, North Sumatra last year. With this workshop and field trips, we continue our dialogue in an open, inclusive manner based on our respective national interests, circumstances, and capacities. I hope we all can understand better about sustainability and lesson learned. We have received too many critiques from the outside world about our palm oil sectors. And we need to unite and support one another to improve to the world that our oil palm is indeed sustainable, deforestation-free, and reconfirm that our commitment to support smallholders. Hopefully, all the participants who are in Malacca and participants who join online could learn from the experienced speaker and from each other on identifying challenges to implement the sustainable agriculture practice. We need to act quickly and decisively to work together to address structural market problems that can have a devastating effect. Indonesia stands ready to work hand in hand with others to ensure that we all have an equal and fair. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Ibu Musdalifah. And afterwards, we are pleased to welcome Honorable Roy Lazo Rodriguez, Subsecretary of Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras, to deliver keynote speech. So, Mr. Lazo, the time is yours.
Honorable Mal Saidi Mod Carli, Secretario General del Ministerio de Plantaciones y Productos Básicos de Malasia. Honorable Musdalifa Machud, Viceministro de Alimentación y Agronegocios, Ministerio Coordinador de Asuntos Económicos de la República de Indonesia. Doctor Rizal Afandi Lukman, Secretario General del Consejo de Países Productores de Aceite de Palma. Datuk Muhammad Najib bin Abdul Wahab, Secretario General Adjunto del Consejo de Productores de Aceite de Palma. Estimados señores y participantes de este evento, muy buenos días a todos ustedes, damas y caballeros. En primer lugar, me gustaría felicitar al Consejo de Países Productores de Aceite de Palma por desarrollar este evento. Me hicieron saber que es un evento anual dedicado a los pequeños agricultores. Creo que la actividad de hoy será beneficiosa para que los pequeños agricultores logren la certificación sostenible, mejoren las buenas prácticas agrícolas y compartan las lecciones aprendidas sobre la adopción de tecnología. Honduras, como miembro más reciente del Consejo de Productores de Aceite de Palma, apoya firmemente los objetivos del Consejo de Países Productores de Aceite de Palma de mejorar el bienestar de los pequeños productores de aceite de palma. En Honduras, los pequeños agricultores tienen un papel fundamental, ya que aproximadamente la mitad del área de palma aceitera en nuestro país es cultivada por pequeños agricultores. Sin embargo, los pequeños agricultores en Honduras aún enfrentan desafíos para mejorar su producción. En el transcurso de la Asociación de Honduras con Consejo de Países Productores de Aceite de Palma, Honduras ha participado en muchos proyectos y actividades, siendo la última la misión conjunta a la Unión Europea. Si bien es cierto, la ministra Laura Suazo y yo no pudimos participar directamente, un representante de la Embajada de Honduras en Bruselas estuvo presente durante las reuniones, a las que asistieron muchos representantes del gobierno de Indonesia y Malasia. así como de la industria y la Organización para la Seguridad y la Cooperación en Europa. Nos complace saber que el evento fue un éxito y que las delegaciones que se reunieron con funcionarios de la Unión Europea han mantenido un debate significativo. Damas y caballeros, el gobierno de Honduras está proporcionando asistencia y programas dedicados a los pequeños productores de palma aceitera, tales como la trazabilidad y la georreferenciación de las áreas productivas para el cumplimiento de las nuevas políticas de comercialización de la Unión Europea. Apoyo para búsquedas de nuevas estrategias para realizar trabajos en conjunto con diferentes instituciones del Estado para el control de inundaciones durante la época de lluvia. Además, se está trabajando un fondo de garantía para los pequeños productores. Sin embargo, la asistencia del gobierno no sería suficiente para cumplir con todo el apoyo que necesitan los pequeños agricultores para mejorar su bienestar. Por tanto, la cooperación entre los países, incluyendo el nuestro, con todos los productores de aceite de palma y con Indonesia y Malasia como principales productores de aceite de palma en el mundo, es prioritaria. Creemos que todos estos países deben apoyarse mutuamente con el objetivo de alcanzar la producción sostenible de aceite y, en consecuencia, lograr el bienestar de los pequeños agricultores. Ahora que Honduras es parte del Consejo de Países Productores de Aceite de Palma, espero que nuestros productores y nuestros pequeños agricultores, así como el gobierno, puedan aprender de las prácticas y políticas de los demás. Los pequeños y medianos agricultores en Honduras suman 18,600, 12 empresas, 15 extractoras, 6 refinadoras y distribuidoras y una planta de biodiesel. La mayor producción de palma aceitera se registra en la zona norte del país. Al menos entre 350 y 400 millones de divisas genera para el país el desarrollo de la palma aceitera en Honduras. Honduras cuenta con 200,000 hectáreas sembradas de palma aceitera, con una producción anual de 2.4 millones de toneladas de fruta y 480,000 toneladas de aceite crudo. En los últimos 5 años se han generado un promedio de 350 millones de dólares por concepto de exportaciones. Damas y caballeros, espero que los pequeños agricultores se inspiren para mejorar sus buenas prácticas agrícolas y puedan aprender unos de otros a través de este taller. Mi mayor deseo es que este taller sea exitoso y productivo para cada uno de los países aquí representados. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Mr. Palazzo. Honorable distinguished speakers and participants, before we start to the next session, let's begin with photo session. For the first session, may I invite now to the stage Dr. Rizal Afandi Lukman, Secretary General of CPOPC, yang berbahagia Datuk Najib Wahab, Deputy Secretary General of CPOPC, Dr. Wicaksana Darmo Sarkoro, Director of Sustainability and Smallholders of CPOPC, Dr. Puah Chiwe, Director of Strategy and Policy of CPOPC, and all delegations from table 1 to 5. Please, once again, come to the stage. Give your best smile, ladies and gentlemen, on my count. Yeah. We create a half moon. On my count, 3, 2, 1. Once again, freestyle or perhaps thumbs up from palm oil. Right. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, all delegates. And to all directors, please remain on stage. And while to all delegates from table 6 to 10, please come to the stage. Boleh disesuaikan dengan stage berbentuk half moon mungkin ya. Baik. Berikan posisi terbaik dan ternyaman. Semua bersatu. On my count. Ya. Please give your best smile. 3, 2, 1. Freestyle once again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you for all delegates. For CPOPC directors, please have your seat. And then afterwards, please come to the stage, the Indonesian smallholders atau petani Indonesia to come to the stage. Untuk para petani Indonesia, boleh remain on stage bersama CPOPC directors. Ya. Yang sudah jauh-jauh dari Indonesia ke Malaka, boleh berikan senyum terbaiknya. Right? Sudah siap? On my count, 3, 2, 1. Gaya bebas. Indonesian smallholders, give your best smile. 3, 2, 1. Thank you to all Indonesian smallholders. And once again, we are very pleased to welcome Malaysian smallholders to come to the stage to all reunite from this beautiful morning in Malacca. Yeah, be prepared for Papua New Guinea delegates. And now it's time for Malaysian smallholders. Baik, berikan posisi yang terbaiknya. Give your best smile. 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi, gaya bebas mungkin. Thumbs up from once again. 3, 2, 1. Thank you to all Malaysian smallholders. And last but not least, we are very pleased to welcome Papua New Guinea delegates to come to the stage. Mungkin boleh move right to right side a bit. Yeah. Right? All ready? 3, 2, 1. Once again, free for palm oil. Free thumbs up from palm oil. Freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Thank you to our Papua New Guinea. Give some applause for all CPOPC directors. Please have your seat. Right. Distinguished participants, in this moment, shall we start the first sessions of our workshop? And for this, we would like to invite Dr. Wijaksana Darmo Sarkoro, Director of Sustainability and Smallholders of CPOPC, to previously announce the rules for the first panel discussions. Dr. Wijak, you may do the honor to open the session.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, I think we have a good time for this morning. And we will soon having session 1 and session 2. When entering session 1 or session 2, the MC will invite the moderator, and the moderator will invite all presenters to the stage. And the moderator will lead the session and bring all the discussion in the panel discussion. And each of presenter has about 20 minutes for their presentation. And then we do believe that all of your participation, presentation, this discussion will brightening this workshop and enjoy the workshop. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to have session 1 with the topic Plight of Smallholders. And then we would like to invite our colleague, Haji Azmi Hassan from NASH. Please come here in front. Haji Azmi Hassan has been working in palm oil industry for more than 2 decades. Currently, he served as Deputy President of NASH since 2019. He previously held the position of Setiausaha Agung until 2019 and Ketua Biro Kebajikan until 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, all panelists at the end of this session 1 will deliver about 5 minutes of their thought. And after that, we have discussion. Haji Azmi, you have 5 presenters. Please welcome. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat pagi dan salam Malaysia Madani. Just to inform you that this morning we received a very sad news that one of our ministers telah kembali ke rahmatullah. Jadi itu kita zakatkan Al-Fatihah kepada yang berhormat Datuk Sahyuddin. Al-Fatihah. Ya, selamat pagi kepada semua partisipan yang hadir pada hari ini, terutamanya kepada Pak Rizal, rakan sama-sama dalam perjuangan untuk menduniakan kelapa sawit, juga kepada Datuk Najib, dan juga kepada semua peserta yang ada hari ini, especially daripada teman-teman baru daripada all the news members of CPOPC. Okay, I'm very happy and very honored to be here today and was invited to moderate the early morning session, and hopefully everybody are very fresh and can accept whatever knowledge that we are going to distribute to you today. So the theme of the discussion this morning is more on the plight of the smallholders. This is a very, very hot topics where there's a lot of problem that faced by the smallholders. So this morning, when you were listening to the ministerial speech by our 2 governments, Indonesia, Malaysia, Honduras, and so on, there is a very strong commitment from the government on the smallholder sectors. This is very important because, as you know, palm oil is a commodity that has been chosen by many states as one of the strategy to achieve the goal of SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. This is very important. And it also has been proven as a commodity that have alleviated the livelihood of the smallholders. This is very important. So that is so SDG has been the benchmark of green development in palm oil and a strategic commodity. On average, we have heard that 40% of the world supply of palm oil contributed by the smallholders. Notwithstanding all the advantages of oil palm cultivation, challenges of acceptance by the consumer country continue to hinder the development by introducing strict regulation imports under the pretext of sustainable production. The speakers today that we are going to call on will be elaborating on this issue strictly, and everybody will be showing that how important of palm oil to the smallholders and what are the steps taken by the smallholders to be in the world map of sustainable palm oil. So I would like to call the speakers. The first speaker, Mr. Tan from Malaysia, Mr. Chan Chi Yong. Please, take come please. And the second speaker is Mr. Haryadi. Please, maybe you can. And the third speaker is Mr. Jono bin Burhan Sindo. This is my friend. You know, we have been very consistent figure to CPOPC. And Mr. Capson K. Pupita. And finally, Mr. Senior Raman Alexis Saptos. So all these speakers, they are going to talk, especially on smallholders. And when they have finished their presentation, we might be having a question and answer after that. The answer might be physical or online. So without much ado, I would like to call the first speaker, Mr. Tan. Take your place, please. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Tuan Haji. Okay. Good morning, okay, to all the distinguished guests, okay, ladies and gentlemen, in the hall and online. Okay. Thank you for inviting me to present some of my insight on MSPO, Malaysia Sustainable Palm Oil. Okay. So, Secretary, do we have a slide?
Yeah, no problem. This one. Or you want to see here? Or
Yeah. I think I will sit here. I think no need to be so formal. So, first of all, Malaysia Sustainable Palm Oil, we always say it's a homegrown initiative, okay, and a national agenda. And we also include smallholders. So that's why we support United Nations concept of leaving no one behind. This is our main theme. Okay, so I would like to introduce a bit about Malaysia, okay, Malaysian Palm Oil Steering Council. Okay, next, thank you. Okay, first of all, the vision of MPOCC, Malaysia Palm Oil Steering Council, will be we want to become a sustainable driver to transform Malaysia palm oil supply chain for the global market consumption. Okay, and our mission is to make MSPO a credible segregation scheme that is accepted by all the relevant stakeholders, internally or externally. Okay. Next. So MSPO is not just a national segregation. Okay, we want to become a catalyst to transform industry for its sustainability, including smallholders. Okay, so MSPO is one of the segregation that have a specific segregation for smallholders. Okay, we have a specific segregation so that can be comply with smallholder, taking into account the smallholder capacity and capability. Next. Okay, so milestone of MSPO. Now MSPO was established in year 2013. Okay, during that time, government already have the initiative, okay, to include smallholders in the segregation. Okay, in here, as in year 2017, the government take a very bold step in announcing that MSPO to be mandatory by 2020, including smallholders. So at that time, MPOCC as a scheme owner of MSPO, we only have 2.5 years to comply. Okay, to make sure to bring in everyone, including smallholder, to be in the MSPO certification. Okay, so by 2020, as you see in the slide, okay, the mandatory is implemented through licensing requirement. So it means anyone that need to operate, okay, oil palm or palm oil need to get MSPO certification so they can continue with their licensing. As an initiative to make sure that MSPO are up to date or following the trend of sustainability of the global, our standard have been revised in year 2019, and we managed to publish it in 2022, last year. So currently we will have a new standard. They're going to be implemented. Okay. Next, thank you. Okay, so the new standard, okay, after various consultations with the stakeholders, okay, with the Smallholders Association, okay, with the so-called NGO, okay. Here, we decided, or we come up with a 8 standard for MSPO. We are very specific, okay, looking at the demographic of palm oil value chain in Malaysia itself. So you can see we have 8 parts. Part 2.1 is for independent smallholders, especially for independent smallholders. And following Malaysian definition of smallholder is 40.46 hectare and below. Then again, we have organized smallholder. It means smallholder under the government management, okay, government land management. So we also have specific for them. Last time, these organized smallholder are together with estate. Okay, but considering they are also smallholder, even though they are managed by a management by the government, they still, we think they still better off with the smallholder status. Okay, so we have another standard for them. Then for oil palm plantation, we divide to 2 sectors: less than 500 hectare and more than 500 hectare. Again, a consideration, because we can't lump all the palm oil company or oil palm company together, because some are developing for smaller, with 500 hectare, and one will be bigger, more than 500 hectare. Even though we separate them, they still have the same principle, just the indicator will a bit different. Maybe for smaller one, it will be a bit simpler. That's all. So include all the supply chain, we have palm oil mill included. Now this time we include the supply chain requirement together. So you make the whole thing smooth. All the value chain, we have the segregation. From here, because last time, even other segregation, the supply chain, they're separate. But we include it because I think we think, and the stakeholder consultation, this is a way forward. Because you, when you certify sustainably, you must able to trace your product, your raw material. So we include in the standard itself. Then also, the new thing will be the principle for dealers. In Malaysia, we have a lot of dealers. It means the fresh fruit bunch dealers, FAB dealers. They are traders. They link the smallholder or small estates to the palm oil mill. So this is the how palm oil value chain in Malaysia work. So in here, to make sure we cover the gap or sustainability, so we include dealers, either palm oil or FFB, into the distribution. This will complete the whole supply chain of palm oil in Malaysia. Next. For the principle, we have 5 principles. First, talking about management commitment and responsibility towards sustainability and also MSPO. The second principle will be transparency, which will include traceability of the product. The one is compliance to legal and other requirements. This is very important. That's why MSPO can so-called certify the legality of the operation. The fourth, we will be talking about social, the health, safety, and employment condition of the worker. The fifth will be the environment and natural resources, including the biodiversity. So it's the 5 main principles in the MSPO. And next. So for the new standard, we incorporate a lot of new elements, following the trend of sustainability. First of all, we incorporated high conservation value assessment into MSPO. Second, we also introduced a greenhouse gases calculators. This in preparation for the palm oil sector in Malaysia, to prove the GHG emission and also the contribution to the climate change. So it's a baseline. We are looking at baseline of GHG calculators where we can collect all the information about gas GHG emissions in the whole supply chain. Then we also introduced new planting cutoff date as of 31 December 2019. Now this date was selected because the MSPO was implemented mandatory beginning 1 January 2020. So That's why we come up with a new cutoff date, which will complement with the MSPO implementation. Okay. Now, another thing is that we put no conversion of HCV area, protected area, and nature forest. Okay. So these two elements coincide with the EODR. Okay. To tell the truth, that time when we discuss about these two criteria, okay, we don't have EODR in mind. Okay. We're just looking at how we can prove to the world about the sustainability of Malaysia palm oil, especially talking about preventing deforestation. Okay. Now more to social, we incorporated social impact assessment into our standard, where each entity need to have an assessment on the social impact of their operation. And looking at what happened in the world, we also incorporated International Labour Organization forced labor indicators. All the 11 indicators are absorbed into MSVO certification. Then we also support ILO decent work agenda, which also align with the Malaysian law and regulation on the welfare of workers. This one, we have another one called triangle employment. Okay, it means the main contractor cannot pass the responsibility to the subcontractor, as well in terms of social welfare of the workers. Okay, so even they subcontract the workers from the party, they themselves as the main contractor or the main company need to ensure the well-being and welfare of the workers. Okay. And lastly, we also incorporated ethical conduct and anti-bribery in the MS standard. This in line with Malaysian Act, Malaysian Anti-Corruption Act, where all entities need to have this policy of anti-corruption. Okay. Next. So we a lot of element incorporated into the MSPO, the new MSPO. We need to have a lot of guidance document so that you can define, to provide interpretation, explanation, and definition on the principle and criteria. Okay, and since we have 8 parts of MSPO, 2022 standard, it has its own guideline so that to assist the user, can be smallholder or state to understand and how to comply to the new or the current MSPO requirement. So to make sure these guidance documents are practical, we have conducted a lot of series. A series of pilot already have been conducted together in Malaysia, in Peninsula and the Sabah Sarawak region. So all the feedback we get for all these pilot study, we incorporated and enhanced the guidelines. Next. So currently, there's 3 documents that is important to develop. One is the social impact assessment guideline. Second is high conservation value guideline. And the third one is to develop greenhouse gases calculator. Okay. So currently, next click. Sorry. Next, currently, the SIA assessment, we managed to publish it last year on 15 July 2023. So now the oil palm player in Malaysia can use this guideline to prepare the SIA, social impact assessment. Next. For GHG calculator, we already have final version, but currently we need to revise because we want to align with the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change data, because we want to use the GHG emission we gain from the industry to be reported to the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework of Climate Change. So this is one of the how we can gather all the information to become useful for the government. Next, for HCV, now HCV we don't follow the HCV RN resource framework. Instead, we deliver our own, but with the same principle and criteria of HCV. It's just that we want it to become mirror the demography of Malaysia. Because Malaysia will be a bit different from other countries in terms of the biodiversity and also the environment. So we take the initiative to develop another HCV guideline that is specifically for Malaysia. Next. So for the mandatory, okay, we implement through Malaysia Palm Oil Board license. Now, MPOCC, we are only the scheme owner. Okay, we have another agency called Malaysia Palm Oil Board, which is a regulator of palm oil industry. So to operate, they need to get license from MPOB. So in here, we link with MPOB. When the MSPO certificate become a part of the licensing requirement for the MPOB. Okay, so for in this, okay, STMU are required to obtain ML certification before 1 January 2020, whereas for the independent smallholder are given another year. It means they are given until 1 January 2021 to obtain the ML certification. Okay, this is how Malaysia we can get implement certification, okay, in the whole country mandatory. Next. Okay, this statistic of 2015 and 2021 talking about hectareage certified with MSPO. Okay, so 2015 to 2021, you can see when MSPO was introduced. Okay, the after is very low. It's very low. Okay, because in 2015, MSPO is implemented in the voluntary basis. Okay, but you can see in February 2017, when the government announced that the MSPO will be mandatory, okay, by 2020, what happens is that you can see there's a jump. Okay, in 2018, about 1.4 million hectares have been certified. As time go by, it increases more and more. Before 2020, there's a big jump. Okay. So this is the data that we have, okay, talking about certification. Okay, certification in Malaysia. Okay, this is for a whole, including estate smallholders. Okay, so next, okay, so we zoom in, okay, into smallholders. Okay, in Malaysia we have two smallholders, independent and organized. Okay, so again the same thing when implemented. Okay, 2017, okay, started a bit very low. It's normal. So when with the help of Malaysia Palm Oil Board, another agency, we made to reach out to the smallholders to get more certification. And since smallholder implementation, okay, mandatory in 2021, so you can see the increase quite fast. So next, now this is assume. Okay, assume if next year implement mandatory for MSPO or 2025, assume. So what based on our data, okay, the number of, okay, certificate going to expire, okay, or going at the date of service audit, this will be the progress, estimated progress for the current certification. So the progress is very, okay, linear, okay, increase, but you can see there's a big jump at the December. Okay, it's normal because the mandatory inflation is on the end of the year, so normally people will arrange the last minute human factor. Okay, so but at least you can see that if we make one transition for the MSPO 2013 to the new MSPO 2022, this will be the estimate. Okay, so we can cover the whole certification in 1 year. Okay, yeah. Next. So I'm talking about financial assistance. Okay, 3 minutes. Okay, never mind. I'm very fast. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, for the MSPO, government, okay, know the difficulties, especially in terms of finance. Okay, so the government give incentive to all the players, especially for the smallholders. So looking at the smallholders, okay, all the certain costs incurred by smallholder are 100% funded by the government through Malaysia Palm Oil Board. Okay, this will include training, okay, training for sustainability, MSPO, and include GAP training, good agriculture practice training. Okay, government also provide personal protection equipment (PPE) to the smallholder and storage rack for chemicals. Okay, to make sure they can store safely all the chemicals. Now we also give incentive to others like estates, okay, palm oil mill, okay, but it only for one-off. Okay, here estate less than 1,000 hectares, they can reimburse back, they can claim back 100% of the auditing fee itself. while the estate and palm oil 30% only. So moving forward, the incentive for the smallholder, I think for the government, we will continue it because we understand the difficulties of the smallholders. Well, however, we also have some potential because, as you know, this is a new category with dealers. And dealers, we are small dealer and big dealers, so they need some financial assistance. You same like the estate, which is one-off assistance. Next. So the last one, coincident. For Malaysia, there's a policy of encouraging company to uptake standards, standard or quality certification and also halal certification. So anyone that uptake any certification will allow to have a double tax deduction by the Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia. For surveillance audit, you also can claim back only not double, only one tax, single tax deduction. Sorry, can go back. Okay, so that is the that is the financial assistance they can get from the industry and also the smallholders. I think that's all from me.
Thank you. Thank you. The time. Okay, I just want to remind the speakers. Sorry, my apologies because I didn't remind them earlier. Because we are late of time. Right now, we are supposed to pay our coffee break, 10:30. But we have, so, okay. Do you agree we don't have any coffee break? We just sit. Show of hand, please. Oh, coffee will be served. Thank you. Okay. We continue with when we have finished all the speaker, then we will have a question and answer. Cool. Now I go to the second presentation. Okay. The first presentation, they talk about Malaysian homegrown certification and to how many percentage we have achieved. That is around 90% percentage. So now we have to look to Indonesian, how they want to elevate. The topic will be how to elevate the certification in Indonesia. So please, I would like to call Mr. Herayadi, ISPO Secretary. 20 minutes, please.
Thank you, Pak Azmi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good pagi, selamat morning. Oh, good morning, I mean. Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank CPOPC to invite ISPO to present in this wonderful moments in Melaka, a beautiful city that we meet together, and hopefully we could follow up it with the collaboration. And yeah, my presentation will be shorter, I think, but my presentation here is complete, but I will explain a few of my presentation. Please, for the next slide. Yeah, from Indonesia, I think we can present about our plan regarding the ISPO acceleration, Indonesian sustainable palm oil. It means that to scale and to spread the ISPO certification with the objective for the inclusion of oil palm farmers into the supply chains of sustainable palm oil in Indonesia, and as well because it is become a global game, so it will include hopefully the farmers into the supply chain of sustainable palm oil for global perspective. So next slide, please. And now the ISPO for farmers is become mandatory. It is starting on the presidential, based on the presidential regulation number 44, 2020. And it will be started to become a mandatory on 2025. And this is I think become quite progress, and it is already mentioned as well in the Agricultural Ministry Regulation number 38/2020. It means that it is become a continual improvement principle implementation because we have already the ISPO since 2011, and I think here Pak Ajis, the former ISPO Secretariat, that could add a discussion as well in this meeting. And then in the 2020, we have make an improvement and it becomes a presidential regulation because we think that the ISPO is not only about the Ministry of Agriculture affair, but as well become the affair of other ministerial like an industry and energy, because the CPO in Indonesia is also processed to become a biofuel. So this one again, that mandatory means inclusion, to include the farmers, to avoid them to become marginalized as a business actors. Then we think it is important part of the sustainable palm oil supply chains. Like Pak Rizal mentioned as well, Bu Musdalifah and Pak Dato Mat Zaidi as well mentioned about that I think it is become a common platform or common issue that we have to start to improve the sustainable palm oil. And we think also that in order to not become an additional burden for the farmers, this obligation is actually become an obligation as well for the governments to provide enablers and support that of course become farmers' right. And here, I think we could as well discuss the farmers' aspiration from the Indonesia and Malaysia. Next, please. And yeah, we assess, I mean, the ISPO team in Indonesia assess the opportunities and challenges that become a consideration when we talk about the acceleration. First, the opportunities, I think we now together and about the opportunities that we have already about 2.7 farmers for palm oil plantation in Indonesia. It is quite huge. If we estimate it to become organized farmers, we estimate it's about 10,000 farmer groups or cooperative. So this is a big challenge for Indonesia to make them all certified with ISPO. And we underline that the opportunity that are important, the most important is that the farmers have already knowledge of cultivation practices that are getting better. So we consider it, this is become opportunity for farmers to become certified. And we on the challenges, we underline that the organization of farmers is, of course, it is different. It is with the various capacity among the farmers group between one places to another places in Indonesia. And the other thing is that the about the legality of land, we still face the challenges. And it is, of course, the challenges of for public officials to improve their performance on that related services. And of course, there is a challenge also to farmers to comply with the ISPO standard. So that's, I think, then when we think about the farmers organization capacity, the preparation for ISPO certification could be independently because in some area will become a model that the smallholders could become certified under the ISPO and under the other scheme also, such as RSPO. And the other maybe need supported, but only for minors problem to solve. And the three is facilitated by, maybe from the preparation and up to the certification. And when there is in one place, there is an organization that already have a capacity, so they can make a mutual support between farmers organization. Next, please. And this is the ISPO standard. I won't getting into detail about this, and some of this is, I think, have similar topics with my colleagues from Malaysia already present. And here in the lower part, there is kelompok pekebun, means the farmer groups. The criteria for them is 5 criteria regarding the compliance to the law and regulation, as well the application of GAP, and also the management of environmental and natural resource, and as well biodiversity, and as well we have already tried to make carbon footprint criteria for the farmer groups. And the other is about the implementation of transparency. From this point, we could make kind of preparation for the traceability. And of course, the continual improvement measures mean that the farmers group as well have to make improvement in a time manner. Next, please. So we have already calculated also, because the government will provide the support, the financial support for the farmers group to be ISPO certified. Okay, then we try to make kind of estimation. And if I said before about the number of the farmer groups, it's our estimation is 10,000 farmer groups. So I think we could have an estimation for overall. Of course, it is divided on the periodical plan. So first is for the assessment of farmers group readiness for the certification. It is our plan is will be implemented in the district level, and the training and technical assistant for facilitator of extension officers, and the training and technical assistant for the internal control system unit or team in the farmer groups, and the facilitation for the fulfillment of ISPO requirements and indicators. So in the left column, you could see the estimation of budget that are implemented on the group of farmers basis. And then initial ISPO certification by certification body. And then we think also that after the certification, the farmers still need to be facilitated. And we also try to propose to the governments that the facilitation of funding is also for the annual surveillance. It means 4 times based on the cycle of the certification, ISPO certification. Next slide, please. And this is, I think, the scope of ISPO acceleration, but in this moment, I will not explain it in detail, but we think about the flow and all the consideration that if we try to make ISPO certification accelerated for the farmers, then we have to calculate all the things, all the components that we have to consider, and as well regarding the on the left side regarding the organizational or institutional arrangement, and as well the financial support. Okay. Next slide, please. I just want to show the process and the result of the roadmap formulation. We still on the plan for this, and in the consultation as well with the Ministry of Coordination for Economic Affairs. Pak Edi attend here with us. If any additional information, I think we could discuss later. Next, please. And but we have already started. We are not starting from zero. First is we have already framework for the ISPO acceleration and the collection of lesson on organizing farmer groups. We talked a lot with the Farmers Association in Indonesia. Here, I think Apkasindo will share their learning as well, and as well for TASBI, SPKS, and other smallholder association. Identify component, cost unit, and other things, and discuss the idea of ISPO acceleration with the stakeholders to find a relevant perspective to be considered. And I think in this moment, we could have a lesson learned as well from Malaysia side, and present and get endorsement from ISPO committee. And as well, we discuss about how to respond the EU deforestation regulation that require the deforestation free with 2 main indicators. And of course, we discuss as well with the CPOPC, and we have already some of framework that are presented to the stakeholders that, to get support from the stakeholders. But of course, as a final statement, the government of Indonesia is the main authority that have planned to support and to give enabling condition for the farmer groups to be ISPO certified. That was, I think, I could explain to you all, and hopefully there will be a question or input or other lesson that we can discuss together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haradi. I think Mr. Hadi have been detailing the ISPO, but not very because of the time constraint. But at least we have, I mean, we have a similar strategy. Malaysia and Indonesia, we have been making it mandatory for ISPO. So we are way forward to say one day we have come produce a sustainable palm oil from the smallholders. So next speakers will be Mr. This is my friend, Mr. Jono Burhan. He's been speaking a lot in the international arena. So today he will bring a topics on wish list of Indonesian smallholders. Hopefully one is high income. Thank you, please.
Okay. Because our moderator is very strict in time, so I need to release some energy, so I need to stand up. Okay. Very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Secretary General of CPOPC, Dr. Rizal, the Deputy Secretary General of CPOPC, Datuk Najib, the Directors of CPOPC, Dr. Wicak, and Bu Puah, Dr. Puah, Pak Asdep, fellow smallholders from Indonesia and fellow smallholders from Malaysia, and also honorable guests. Okay, going directly to my presentation, please allow to introduce myself a little bit. My name is Jono Albar Burhan. I'm the head of International Relation and People Development in Indonesia All Palm Smallholders Association. It's the biggest of palm oil smallholders association in Indonesia. And the Secretariat of CPOPC asked me to present the wish list of Indonesian smallholders. Then I asked them, wish list, Pak Wicak? Really, there are so many wish lists of Indonesian smallholders. I got confused what to present. So let's just continue. Next up. Yeah, Apkasindo is the largest Indonesia all palm smallholders in Indonesia, across Indonesia from Sumatra Island to Papua Island, a neighborhood of Papua New Guinea. We also have representative in Papua. And next. The total land of palm oil in Indonesia is 16.38 million hectares. And the second biggest player are the smallholders. So smallholders are very important. The palm oil industry is very important for Indonesia's economy, especially for the smallholders, for people who work directly and indirectly in the palm oil industry. Next. There are in total 16 million people working directly and indirectly, 2.6 million smallholders in Indonesia. And if we count it with the wives, more than one wife, husband, children, maybe there are around 16 million people, smallholders across Indonesia. And it's contributing to 3.5% of Indonesia's GDP. So it's very important. Next. Next, please. Okay, so these are the wish lists that I would like to present for today. First one is that equal partnerships with suppliers and mills, fair and stable FFB price. Second one, land tenure, good agriculture practices. The third one is that sustainable palm oil. Fourth one, downstream industry, added value and added income. And the fifth one, inclusion of smallholders in any international diplomacy, the voice of the people. And I will go more in depth one by one after this. Next. We have setara. Setara in Indonesia meaning equal. That's our pose in every picture. The smallholders doing like this, meaning equal, setara. Why do we want equal? Because now we are coming to the second generation of smallholders. It's kind of like difference between the first generation and the second generation of the smallholders. The mindset is different, the needs are different, what we're looking for is different, and the information flow is much, much more compared to the first generation. Then we require equal partnership between the smallholders, the mills, and the industry in overall. There are 5 concepts. The first one is management transparency between the smallholders and the middleman or with the mill directly. The second one is mutualism symbiosis. For instance, for the smallholders in Indonesia, when we sell our FFB to the mill, and then from the mill we can get the EFB, empty fruit bunch. So that's kind of a very simple way of mutualism symbiosis. And accountable, because we have 2.67% of the producing from the mill that will be given back to the smallholders. So we need accountability between the smallholders and the mill. Next up is about the professionalism, because as I mentioned before, that the second generation now is asking more of professionalism of business, not only like just farming and harvesting, not just only like that, but needs a more professional contribution between both synergies between all. And continuous improvement and sustainability. So the smallholders in Indonesia, we also looking for sustainability, because we know that the smallholders, it is renewable already. However, it only lasts for 25 years and we need to replanting it. And also there is more way for us to improve the production of the FFB. So have to have trust, inclusive, and value adding. Next. For 5 minutes already. As you can see in the picture, this is one of the receipts that we have as the smallholders when we sell to the mill or to the middleman. We can see reflexive, meaning the discount. The discount when the smallholders sell to the mill, say for instance 100 kilograms, the smallholders sell to the mill will cut by 5% or more. This is just a standard 5%. There is 7%, even 10% discount of our FFB kilograms that they're discounted. This discount is the mill commonly says that there is rubbish, there is water, there is EFB, there is other things that it cannot be produced to become the oil, to become the palm oil. So this is the discount. So this is not a very good way for smallholders, because this also will cut the income of the smallholders. Let's say the smallholders will have 1 million rupiah, and then with this cut of 10%, they will only have 900,000 rupiah. It's quite a lot of money for smallholders. So this is one of the accountability that we are looking for in the future. That this discount probably it's okay, but we need to have some kind of standard. This discount is just a very floating. It's really depending on the people on the mill. If they are on the good mood, maybe they will give 3%. If they are in the bad mood, maybe they give you 10%. So that's very floating like that. It's not good for the smallholders. Next. And for smallholders, as I've been mentioned before, that we are looking, we are coming to the second generation. So we are coming together as the second generation. We like to have be together, because in this first generation, some of the smallholders, they just independent, standing by themselves, very, very independent. For instance, me, I have a land, 2 hectares. I stand by myself. I sell my FFB to the middleman and I get the money and that's it. But for the second generation, we're thinking now that it is very important to work together as a team. So for instance, there are 10 smallholders having 2 hectares each. So meaning that the 20 hectares, we can have more productivity, we can have more efficiency in terms of, for instance, buying fertilizer. We can buy it in bulk. So that's kind of thing that is very important for a second generation of the smallholders. Next. 8 minutes already. Next. Is this the new presentation that I have, or the first one? Let's just check it. Next. Okay, next, second wish list is that land tenure and good agriculture practices. Let me mention it later. Next. This is the data that I've been providing before to CPOPC, that there are some smallholders. There is the forest. We have said that forest coming to the palm oil land. So not palm oil land coming to forest, but forest coming to palm oil land. Because even here, inside forest area, you can see the smallholders, the green line is much more. It doesn't mean that it's illegal. That's Indonesia. Because Indonesia, there are so many definition of forest. There is, what is that? Production forest, limited production forest, conversion forest, protected forest, and other usage areas. And this is one of the case that very often in Indonesia, me already have the certificate of ownership of the land, but since 2018, my land is claimed by one of the ministry that it is included in the forest area. But me already having the certificate since 2000. So which one coming first? 2000s, my certificate. So this is a common problem in our country, in Indonesia. So this is quite a big challenge also for Pak Heriadi, because for smallholders to have ISPO should have outside forest area. So which one is more important? The forest area category or the ownership land of the smallholders that is also legal coming out from the Ministry of Land in Indonesia. So next. And also we are thinking more of good agriculture practices because we know that there will be more potential of FFB production, more potential of more income for the smallholders. So we are trying to implementing good agriculture practices, even though we are not yet having the ISPO certificate. But the smallholders across Indonesia, especially for the Apkasindo members, we are strongly suggest to them to have a good agriculture practices. Next. Third one, sustainable palm oil. Next. The Indonesia government also have a sustainable replanting program. It's given to the smallholders around 30 million rupiah per hectares for smallholders, and they have the agency fund give the money to the smallholders to replanting replanting their forest their palm oil tree that is already more than 25 years of age, or with the production of less than 1 ton per hectare per month. So it's integral key to export success and also increasing productivity, intensification, because as I've been mentioned before that we are providing to the smallholders of Indonesia to have intensification to implement a good agricultural practices. And that's all. Next. These are the gaps that I've mentioned before, that we know now, the smallholders of Indonesia, there are still more gaps. You can see the blue line is the smallholders production, the orange line is the corporation or the private sector, the private companies production of FFB. We can see the gap there. Imagine if the smallholders can reach minimum at the same level of the corporation. So meaning the smallholders' livelihood can also be lifted up because of the increase of the productivity and increase of the income. So that's the yellow dash is the projected production of smallholders if they have replanting their crop. Next. This is the picture of the replanting program in Papua. So up until in Papua Island, the government also provide the replanting program, and this just happened. And the Vice President of Indonesia just visit to look into this program, and the Papua people are really happy about it because it's really helping them to replanting their crop, because if the crop is more than 25 years of age, their productivity is coming low. So when they're replanting their crop, their productivity is going up. Next. ISPO, yeah, Pak Heriadi has been mentioned so much about this. I just want to reiterate some things that it is now it's still voluntary for smallholders, but it's coming for mandatory also for smallholders in 2025. And there are still more challenges for smallholders. Especially one of them is that related to the forest area, because when the smallholders indicated in the forest area, they cannot have the ISPO, but they have the certificate land ownership already. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the data that we always present to the smallholders in Indonesia to motivate them to have ISPO. Why do you need to have ISPO? Because you can see here in the data that palm oil is the one and only crop, vegetable oil crop, that has the sustainable certification. There is no other vegetable oil that has such certification. You can see from rapeseed, soybean, sunflower, none. There is no certification for the other type of vegetable oil. Palm oil is the only one. This is one of the motivation that we give to the smallholders. Come on, let's have ISPO, because we know the importance of it. Next. Sorry, the secretariat. This is my first. I have the edited version of it. Please go back, and close it and open the second version. I have the updated. I have sent it to Mbak Mala and Mas Satria last night. Please go back. I'm not presenting this. Please close it, and could you open the second one? The updated one that I sent last night. Please be hurry because Pak Azmi will call me very soon. Very sustainable. I have my stopwatch with me, so I'm okay with time. All good? Mas Satria? Okay. So, waiting for the new presentation. There are some challenges that for the smallholders in Indonesia that is occurring right now. That especially if we are talking about ISPO, it doesn't mean that the smallholders of Indonesia don't want to have the such certification. However, the challenges is already in the grassroots. The smallholders, they want to have ISPO, but their land is claimed in the forest area, so they cannot do anything about it. So that's one of the reasons that us as smallholders, especially in Apkasindo, we push the government to put palm oil as one of the forest crop. If palm oil is already stated as the forest crop, then this problem is gone. I mean, it's missing. And then we will chase our friend of Malaysia that's already have MSPO. That is almost 92% achievement of MSPO. Do we have it? Not yet. Okay, I will keep talking. Yeah. Okay, so what else that I just want to mention? Related to the ISPO as well, that the smallholders, it's already started from 2011, Pak Heriadi. Started from 2011, and the achievement of ISPO, especially for smallholders, is less than 1%. It's 12 years gone. 12 years already, but the smallholders still have less than 1% acquiring ISPO. And this also what I will mention also in my presentation on the new slide is that there must be a problem. 12 years, only less than 1%. There must be something or some regulation that need to be worked out, so the achievement of ISPO can be better, especially if we just compare to our friend in MSPO. One of them, I'm still waiting for the, I'm just talking what I mentioned before. Are you all right, Pak Satria? Injury time? Okay. Oh yeah, the price or the cost. Okay. Thank you, Secretariat. Next, please. This is the achievement of ISPO for smallholders, for the government-owned land, and for private land, and in total. And we can see the smallholders in total 6.7 million hectares. Up until this point, by October 2022, it's only 0.31. I'm Indonesian. I'm quite ashamed with this. 0.31%, only 20,000 hectares. So there must be problem in 12 years coming. Only less than 1% the acquired of ISPO. So there must be a problem. Either the law is too pressed to the smallholders, it's not matched with the grassroots, or there is other problem that is happening to the industry. Because I mentioned before that I could say that millions of smallholders in Indonesia, they want to have ISPO. It doesn't mean if still less than 1%, doesn't mean that they don't want to have ISPO. They want to have ISPO. So there must be a problem. So this could be one of our solution, a proposed solution to the government next, and also to the CPOPC. So we are exercising a procedure of ISPO, and this is been exercised by our internal team. That is also one of the team is Pak Eko. Please stand up, Pak Eko. Pak Eko is already here. Please stand up, Eko. Eko Jaya. This is one of our team of smallholders in Apkasindo. We are exercising this because there is a problem. It's more than 12 years, less than 1% acquired of ISPO. So we proposing is that two types of ISPO. The first one is ISPO smallholders, which relative, and ISPO for companies, which absolute. Why there are distinct difference between smallholders and companies? Because companies usually have a better bookkeeping, a better administration, so it's easier for the companies to have ISPO, has been also stated by the data before. And for smallholders, it is a stretches around the cities, around the rural areas, the ownership land problem about they have the land ownership already, but it is stated in the forest area. And also one of the problem of the smallholders, the naming of the certificate that is different from their owner, and there are some problems that is happening in related to the administration for the smallholders. And we also proposing is that there are 4 types of typology for the type of ISPO. So not only one ISPO, but 4 ISPO for the smallholders and for companies. Why are there distinct between diamond, gold, silver, and iron? It's related to the target market. So for instance, let's say Pak Setiono as the plasma here is very close with the companies. The administration is very good already. So they have they able to have ISPO that is needed by the European Union, for instance, diamond one. But however, for instance, like in the silver typology, let's say smallholders that is already have the ownership land, but is stated in the forest area. Maybe we can go to the other market that they don't care about whether it's in forest area or not in forest area, say in China or India market. So this typology could help the accelerating the achievement of ISPO, accelerating the achievement of ISPO in Indonesia. So this is still exercising, and we also need input from CPOPC how this could work, because it is related to the acceleration of ISPO. Next, just a little bit more. This is the example of ISPO certificate. So this meaning that smallholders can have ISPO. Doesn't mean that they cannot have at all. Next. Wow, we have two more, Pak. Just a little bit, 5 more times. Okay, this is one of the problem, ladies and gentlemen, Pak Sekjen. The replanting program is not only for the crop. The replanting program is also happening with the generation, with the people. The second generation is less. Many second generation of the owner of the palm oil land, they don't want to go to their palm oil crop and manage their crop. This is becoming a problem. Who will manage the palm oil crop in the next 25 years if we are lack of next generation of the owner of the land? Because the palm oil land needs to be managed. If they're not managed, that will be the same. You can see the kids, the second generation of the palm oil smallholders, it is mostly undergrad. So it's S1 in Indonesia. And we can see the age of 23 to 47 years old is very less. And these people, this first generation is getting older. So when the first generation is getting older and getting more senior, who will manage? Would the second generation manage? Most of the second generation, even for me, most of my friends told me, Jono, you studied in abroad, you studied in New Zealand. Why did you come back to Indonesia and become smallholders? So that's biggest problem. That's biggest mindset problem of the second generation. And also discussed with Pak Asmi that in Malaysia is also happening, the problem of from first transition to the second generation. Next. Next. This is the picture of a Vice President of Indonesia. Next. Okay. This is also what we need from the second generation to motivate them to be with us as the second generation of palm oil. We need them, as been mentioned also by Pak Sekjen before. There is one program that is called, what was that? The ambassador of palm oil using TikTok and others. That's also helpful to motivate the smallholders, especially the second generation, to be part of the industry. The second one is technological advancement, because the second generation, we don't want to just harvest it and then fertilize it and then sell it. We want more. We want to have more technology. We want more. We want to have more a drone. We want to have more new advanced technology. So it's more meaningful to the second generation. Is important. And the next level of administration and accountancy, because the second generation, we like to have more transparency in our data. And cooperative unit, I mentioned before. Next, a little bit more, but last one. Next. This is related to maybe in the afternoon discussion later with Pak Wicak and Pak Asmi. This is related to the UDR, and thank you so much for CPOPC for representing all of us to go to the European Union last month. Thank you so much for that. And in our research, we found that only for the establishing due diligence system, the cost is 90,000 euro. So meaning around 700,000 kilograms of FFB. And who will bear the cost? Would the mill bear the cost of this due diligence? No, they will push it down to the very beginning of the industry, which the smallholders. I will show the data later. And we also clarified that this EUDR is a modern day espionage, because the European Union, they ask our data, they ask our location and all. So it is dangerous in our thinking. And Indonesia and Malaysia and other palm oil producer is in the high risk. Well, do we want to be assessed as a high risk? Even Indonesia and Malaysia has the top producer of palm oil, the only one vegetable oil that has the palm oil that has the sustainable certification. So it's unfair. Next. And also sustainable certification it's also only supplementary for AUDR. So even though smallholders in Malaysia already have all the MSPO, but it's also only supplementary for AUDR. It doesn't count to replace the EUDR themselves. And this is what we did several months ago. We sent petition to the embassy. Next. And we can see the price of FFB is pushed down, starting from the issue. 1 minute. Starting from the issue of the EUDR, because there are so many business, so many CPO seller, they are trying to use this issue to push down the price of CPO and then push down the price of FFB. Next. 1 minute, 1 more minute. Next. Go. This is me last month being invited by the ambassador of Indonesia and Pakistan to speak about the palm oil smallholders, because Pakistan now they have inflation of 38% in Pakistan, and Pakistan was one of the biggest importers of palm oil. So Mr. Ambassador, think that it is very important to improve more import. Next. Brighter future generation with palm oil. Next. Closing. Sustainable palm oil, source of sustainable happiness. I'm Jonal Burhan. Thank you so much.
Okay. Pak Jono have been mentioned a lot of problems. My problem is to keep the time. Sorry. So I would like to suggest something here. You know, when you talk about increasing the how to appreciate the smallholders, we have to change the name to small planters now. We agree with everybody from Indonesia and Malaysia. We call ourselves as small planters from today. Agreed? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, with further, I would like to call the last speaker. Sorry for the time delay. So at the same time, I will give you 20 minutes plus 2 minute injury time.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Firstly, I'd like to thank CPOPC Executive Management for organizing this meeting. First and foremost, I'd like to, on behalf of the people of Papua New Guinea, the government of PNG, I'd like to thank the two governments, Indonesia and Malaysia, for establishing CPOPC. That has done a lot in terms of oil palm growing and in terms of increasing our production for the smallholders in our country. I will do the presentation and you will see there's been increase in the smallholder production from 2018 going forward. I joined the oil palm institution in PNG in 2018, and we had I was privileged to be in Malaysia to attend one of the meetings and organized by CPOPC, and going on from there, we've engaged with CPOPC in a bigger way. This month, beginning of this month, January the 5th, the Indonesian president came to PNG for bilateral talks with our prime minister, and the encouragement to our country was oil palm. Oil palm is the way to go. Now, PNG, as you can see, we have blood links. Papua New Guinea and PNG, we have Melanesians living on the other side in Indonesia. We also have the same colored people in Indonesia and Malaysia, residents of PNG, and we have a long relationship way back many years. The The challenges in PNG now is increasing law and order problems. And these increasing law and order problems we are facing in there in terms of transnational crime and all that will affect our countries and our region. It's not going to be only Papua New Guinea problem. It's going to be problem that will affect our countries as well. And the only way to help Papua New Guinea, with its growing population, and now with poverty and all this increasing, we need to go oil palm, and oil palm is the way to go because oil palm is sustainable, and our citizens want a commodity that has got a good price. So we are price takers. The people are price takers, and oil palm can be able to solve our issue. Now, I'll just go and do a presentation on the smallholders sector of oil palm in PNG. So we'll go through it. That's my presentation. You can go ahead onto the next page. Our vision and mission of oil palm in PNG is to create a prosperous, secure, healthy, empowered communities participating in PNG success as a world leader in the production of sustainable palm oil, and to increase the production, productivity, profitability, and sustainability of oil palm in both male and female smallholders in our country. To the next page. Okay, this is basically a table of contents. We'll go through the introduction of palm oil in our country. We'll look at the planted palm oil areas in Papua New Guinea. We'll go on to look at oil palm contribution to the economy of Papua New Guinea. We'll also go and look at the government support into oil palm in Papua New Guinea. There was no government support over many year period. The government started providing funding and doing intervention programs for smallholders since 2019 till now. So we'll look at that. We'll look at the oil palm and its benefits to the communities in Papua New Guinea. We'll look at the key summary points, issues, and challenges faced by smallholders in PNG. Go to the next slide, introduction, to the next slide. Okay, so Papua New Guinea profile. PNG is a culturally diverse country with over 800 different languages. Talk Pidgin, English, and Motu are our official languages. Our population is estimated to be around about 9 million. It is the third largest island country with land mass of around about 462,800 square kilometers, which is about 47 million hectares. Agriculture-based economy with oil palm as major export, and richly endowed with natural resources, including mineral and renewable resources, such as forest, marine resources, including a large portion of world's tuna stocks, and in some parts, agriculture. With such abundant resources, PNG is among the top of the world's investment destinations. Now, going to the next. Okay, so agriculture in PNG, agriculture has more than 7,000 years old history and developed out of free agricultural planted food, collecting and cultivation traditions of local hunter-gatherers. About 45% of the land is considered suitable for agriculture and cultivation and development. That's out of the 47 million hectares. Palm oil is the major agriculture export earner, generating on average USD 510 million, which is in terms of Kina, 1.7 billion in export earnings. We have other cash crops, including coffee, cacao, sugar, copra, rubber, vanilla, and fresh vegetables. Go to the next slide. The background on oil palm industry in Papua New Guinea. Oil palm first got introduced in the late 1800s. However, commercial cultivation began later years of the 1960s. Oil Palm Industry Corporation is a statutory body and was established in 1992 by the OPIC Act 1992. So that's when we had a government institution established to be responsible for oil farm, which includes extension services to our smallholders. It is principally financed by a FFB levy of USD 1.3 per metric ton, and that is paid by a matching levy by the milling company. The oil palm plantations were set up in the form of nucleus estate schemes in which palm oil plantation and the crude palm oil mill were jointly owned by the plantation companies. The area around the plantations were allocated to smallholders who grew their own oil palm and supply fresh fruit bun to the mills for processing and exporting of CPO. The PNG Oil Palm Industry Corporation, as I've said, is the government body responsible for the sector. Its sole responsibility is to provide extension service and support services to the smallholder farmers. So the industry in Papua New Guinea is not regulated. We're operating in an unregulated environment. Next slide. Total areas planted with oil palm in PNG. Just below is summary of oil palm planted hectares represented by company plantation and smallholders. So in all, our private companies own around about 133,854 hectares. Smallholders own 67,610 hectares, total of just over 200,000 hectares. It's fairly a very, very small oil palm economy out there in PNG. So if new development areas are added to current project areas and OPIC and million companies, the estimate would be around about 250,000 hectares. We have around about four areas planted with oil palm that was basically introduced to harvest log and plant oil palm. It was legislated through the government, but due to sustainability and RSPO requirements, the legislation, the law that introduced the development got stalled. It got cancelled. So we still have them, but it's not under our mandate because we do not have smaller activities taking place in those four areas. Just to the next slide. Okay, that basically shows the smallholder schemes there. We have we have around about 21,126 smallholder growers. Again, fairly small, and that 21,126 smallholders or planters own the 67,600 hectares that I have already mentioned. To the next slide. Okay, so this is the ownership scheme. We have two types of land ownership scheme and smallholder scheme. One, we have smallholders that have planted palm oil on customary land or traditional land, and we also have smallholders sitting on a land resettlement scheme, which was arranged by government like the fella in here. So for the land resettlement scheme, we have proper land titles to it. We are okay, but we have challenges with customary land ownership in terms of extension service, in terms of proper delivery to the mills, replanting. There are big challenges there. We are looking at, into the future, we are looking at converting the customary land, title it probably as state lease, and then giving titles back to the growers. So basically, under that arrangement, through the state scheme, we have 4,990 growers. We have the one under, let's go back to the previous slide. That one there, 4,990 through the state land owner scheme. 14,955,000 hectares is owned through, we call it VOP, village oil palm planted on customary land. And we have 1,213 hectares owned through what we call CRP, customary rights possessed. So people from other provinces or areas going into where the oil palm is planted, they go and buy customary land and plant oil palm. But a lot of challenges in there as well. To the next slide. Just a basic analysis of our yields and production from 2018 to 2022. Basically, that's the time we started getting ourselves, Papua New Guinea started getting more involved with CPOPC. We got data 10 years back, but I just chose to get data for the last 5 years. To the next slide. That's the one. You can see our yields are not good there by year 2015 to 2022. But that's the average yield for smallholders, 11.51 in 2015, and in 2022, 12.32. So our average yield is around about 10, 11 tons per hectare per year. In Papua New Guinea, the land is very fertile, so our private sector companies there doing between 25, 30, some also go as far as 40 tons per hectare per year, because the management of the plantations are very good in comparison to smallholders. These yields here, around about 60% of the smallholder blocks we have here, no fertilizer. Right up to date, I would say about 60% of what we planted in there over the last 4 or 5 years, there is no fertilizer applied, but we can be able to reach through best management practice without putting fertilizer, we can reach 20 tons hectare per year. But that's the overall average based on the acreage that has been planted, which also includes some plantations that have some smaller blocks that have gone over it. Okay, so our income in terms of US dollar for the last 5 years is 1.2 million. The planted oil palm in PNG by smallholders is all RSP. We meet their standards. So we sell our crop to Europe. That's why you see the yields are low, but the income is high because we are selling directly to Europe on the premium price. Okay, next. Oh, back. Okay, yep. Okay. Our export earnings, go to the next page. Our export earnings from 1990 to 2020, you can see our export earnings have grown to $837.21 million. Go to the next slide. That's the export volume, 669,000 metric tons. To the next. Government support, as I have said, next slide. That's basically some of the information that I was saying. Go to the next slide. Okay, that's government has put some money for smallholder maintenance, access road maintenance and rehab. For so many years, there was no intervention, but now since 2018, there's some intervention funding been provided to maintain smaller access roads. As a result, there's contribution to increase in production. Also, there's intervention program fundings coming for R&D, and we put that money to a research and development institution we have, and that's also contributing to increasing production and yields slowly. Next slide. That's the one I was just talking about. Go to the next slide. Those are some of the activities that the research institution is doing for smallholders. Go to the next slide. Benefits to the community. Okay, the industry provides employment to over 200,000 people. It provides income to rural communities. It improves livelihood. It develops remote areas and alleviates poverty, provide income for communities in the country. Next stage. Okay, support wished to gain from CPOPC. We've just got the membership, and the National Executive Council has approved our membership about 3 months ago, but there's a little bit of delay in the Governor General signing of the instruments. Before the end of next month, we should have the instrument signed. Also included in the approval for us to become member to CPOPC, we have been given around about 1.5 million kina, which is around about $700,000 for us to manage, attend to meetings, etc., starting from 2024. Next slide. The key summary points. Papua New Guinea, as I have already stated, go to challenges and issues. Next slide. Okay, our issues and challenges. We have issues with the land tenure system. We have issues with aging and overgrown farms, lack of research and development, particularly in innovation and modern practices, lack of smallholder extension services at the back of capacity building. Recommendation for our smallholders is to invest in resolving disease states is one of the issues we have with overage farms, which is related to massive replanting and new developments. More investment from government and donor partners in research and development, especially use of modern practices. More investments in capacity building programs for extension services. And if possible, going forward, when we become a member, for CPOPC to assist the industry in PNG in terms of technical service. Thank you, and for the person.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Capson, for the presentation. Well, we can see that the same problem we are facing everywhere. Basic problem of the same problem we're facing either in Papua New Guinea, Malaysia, Indonesia. So this is a problem on productivity. So this one we have to really look into it. Okay, now our last presentation is online. This is from Honduras. So can you show the pictures of the speakers on the TV, please, so that I can say hi to him? And the last speakers is experience of Honduran cooperative emerging members, Mr. Senior Ramon Alexis. Hi, Mr. Ramon, you hear me? Mr. Ramon? Oh. Mr. Raymond Alexis Santos Osorio has been the management system manager in Hondu Palma since 2013. He received his bachelor and master's degree from Universidad Tecnológica de Honduras. Since 2019, he is also a professor teaching at master's level in his alma mater. He first joined Hondu Palma in 2001 as an internal audit assistant. Oh, okay. I was made to understand that his presentation is based on recording. Is the secretary ready with recording? Secretariat, are you ready? Okay. Okay, Mr. Raymond will be talking on improvement of sustainable certification achievement, enhancement of good agriculture practice, and lessons learned of technology adoption. Still not. And then, is it okay? Okay. We'll be playing the recording presentation. First, yeah.
Hola, mucho gusto. Mi nombre es Ramón Alexis Santos Osorio. Es un privilegio poder estar aquí con ustedes compartiendo en nombre de Ondupalma la experiencia en la gestión de socios. Ondupalma es una empresa de Honduras y pues con mucha alegría vamos a compartir cuál ha sido nuestra experiencia en el manejo de socios, tanto para la organización empresarial como para lograr la certificación RSPO. Si nosotros somos Palmas Aceiteras de Honduras, Ondupalma e Cara, somos una empresa del sector social de la economía. ¿Dónde estamos ubicados? Pues estamos ubicados aquí, al sur de México y Estados Unidos. Estamos un poco lejos de ustedes, pero qué bonito de que hay forma, ¿verdad?, de poder compartir y acortar distancia a través de estos medios. ¿Quiénes somos nosotros? Pues Ondupalma es una empresa del sector social de la economía, fundada en 1982 y está conformada por 30 cooperativas. Se dedica a la producción y comercialización de productos derivados de palma. Nosotros tenemos producción de aceites crudos, aceites refinados, productos de limpieza, suplementos alimenticios para la ganadería y nuestras marcas en el mercado para los productos como mantecas y aceites envasados son Clavel y Del Portal. Para la parte de jabón de lavandería, nuestra marca es Jansur. Y para el suplemento alimenticio para ganado, nuestra marca es Palmagras. Estamos en el mercado con diferentes productos. No solo somos una extractora, también tenemos refinería y otras áreas de producción. Siempre, pues, ampliando un poco sobre quiénes somos, Ondupalma cuenta con una planta extractora de aceite de palma con una capacidad instalada en este momento de 90 toneladas por hora. Tenemos una planta extractora de aceite de almendra con capacidad también de 90 toneladas hora desde el año 1982. Y nuestra refinería tiene una capacidad de procesamiento de 300 toneladas día y operamos desde 1985. También contamos con una planta de fraccionamiento con una capacidad de 220 toneladas al día y que opera desde el año 1985. Siempre ampliando más sobre a lo que se dedica Ondupalma. Tenemos una planta de proceso de fabricación de mantecas y aceites envasados con una capacidad instalada de 132 toneladas día que opera desde el año 1995. Como los dueños de Ondupalma son las 30 cooperativas, estas 30 cooperativas han formado una empresa de segundo grado, que es una financiera. En esta financiera aportan las 30 cooperativas para lograr financiamientos a bajo costo y todas las utilidades que genera la financiera son distribuidas de manera proporcional con base en la producción de cada una de las cooperativas. También contamos con una planta de generación de biogás con una capacidad real de 46.000 metros cúbicos día y que opera desde agosto del 2009. Tenemos una planta de compostaje, producimos abono orgánico para utilizarlo en nuestras propias plantaciones y que opera desde el 2012. Tenemos una planta para la fabricación de jabón de lavandería, donde tenemos una capacidad de 120.000 fardos por mes. Cada fardo contiene 12 unidades de jabón de lavandería. Contamos con una planta de fabricación de grasas de sobrepaso. Este es el alimento para ganado, es un suplemento alimenticio para el ganado. Y nuestra capacidad es de 4.000 sacos por mes. Cada saco tiene 55 kilogramos. Esta planta está operando desde el 2012. Hablando un poco acerca de la competitividad de Ondupalma, este es un tema muy importante. Y la competitividad de Ondupalma la hemos logrado a través de diferentes certificaciones. Para el caso, estamos certificados con ISO 9001, es un sistema de gestión de la calidad y Ondupalma está certificada desde el año 2007. Estamos certificados con Inteco, que es nuestra casa auditora. Aquí está. Certificaciones. También estamos certificados con la norma ambiental ISO 14001. Estamos certificados desde el año 2017. Esta norma ISO 14001 es un sistema de gestión ambiental. El alcance es todas las operaciones, planta y las plantaciones. Aquí está el logo de certificación que acredita que somos una empresa certificada en esta norma ISO. También estamos certificados con la norma ISO 45001. Este es un sistema de gestión de seguridad y salud en el trabajo. Esta es una norma relativamente reciente. Estamos certificados desde el 2017 y este es nuestro sello de certificado. Como nosotros producimos productos alimenticios como son aceites envasados, manteca vegetal, estamos certificados con el esquema FSSC 22000. Este es un sistema de gestión de inocuidad de alimentos. Esta certificación garantiza que todos los alimentos que nosotros producimos y ponemos a disposición de nuestros clientes garantiza que no van a ocasionar ningún daño a la salud de nuestros consumidores. Esto para nosotros le vendemos estos productos a grandes marcas y son requisitos para fábricas que producen alimento. Este tipo de certificaciones, esto es nuestro logo de utilización. Contamos con los certificados ISCC EU e ISCC desde el año 2018. He servido muchísimo para poder tener aquí la Unión Europea para la utilización para la producción de biocombustibles. Y también estamos certificados con la RSPO, que es la Mesa Redonda de Aceite de Palma Sostenible, y estamos certificados desde el año 2019. Queremos compartir con ustedes es sobre el esquema de cómo están integradas las cooperativas que conforman Ondupalma. Estas 30 cooperativas que son producto de la reforma agraria antes de que entre todas conformaran Ondupalma, ellos la planta de productos empacados, la parte de jabonería, jabones para lavandería y la parte de suplementos alimenticios para ganado. Entonces, estas cooperativas han sido muy visionarias y cada cooperativa difiere en el número de socios. Aquí tenemos unos ejemplos. Por ejemplo, la zona 1 se aglutina 4 cooperativas. Aquí aparecen los nombres: La Unión Cristiana, Guaymas Limitada, La Reina, La Conquista, Santa Rosa del Norte. Y si ustedes observan, aquí cada una de ellas tiene diferente número de socios. Por ejemplo, la Cristiana tiene 26 socios, la Guaymas Limitada tiene 23 socios, la Reina tiene 30 socios, la Conquista tiene 25, la Santa Rosa tiene 21. En la zona 2, vemos que hay 8 bases que la integran, 8 cooperativas. Está la Benedicto López con 23 socios, el Cristal con 61, la Empira con 37, los Canarios con 34, la Rufino López con 35, la San Antonio con 53 socios, la San José Toyos con 27 socios, la Unión Toyos con 30 socios. Y en la zona 3 tenemos también 8 cooperativas integrantes. que actualmente cuenta Ondupalma. Esta estructura de los sistemas de gestión está desarrollada de esta forma. Hay una asistencia para la gerencia de sistemas de gestión. En este momento yo ostento la gerencia de los sistemas de certificaciones. Aquí hay una persona que es asistente y abajo hay un coordinador para las certificaciones ISSC, hay un coordinador para la certificación RCPO y en cada una de las cooperativas hay una persona responsable de la sostenibilidad. ¿Qué es lo que hace esta persona en cada cooperativa? Es el enlace con Ondupalma para poder implementar y desarrollar. Todo lo que está a nivel documental es una cuestión centralizada. Estos documentos son centralizados y nuestro enlace directo es con la persona de sostenibilidad de cada cooperativa para poder llevar a cabo la implementación de cada uno de los procedimientos, registros que se llevan en cada una de las cooperativas a nivel administrativo y a nivel de finca. El área de certificaciones, tanto en ISSD como en RCPO, es de 10.575 hectáreas. Tenemos un sistema documental que está centralizado en Ondupalma y el cual nuestro canal de comunicaciones con cada una de las cooperativas es la persona de sostenibilidad. Ondupalma maneja un plan de capacitaciones centralizado. Todas las capacitaciones que la norma pide están dentro de un plan, es dirigido por el Departamento de Recursos Humanos en Ondupalma y cada una de esas capacitaciones es desarrollada en las 30 cooperativas con todo el personal que ellos administran o trabajan. Tenemos un departamento de gestión agrícola que está centralizado. Ondupalma cuenta con ese departamento y es el que da directrices desde la perspectiva agrícola a esta persona que en la base o en cada cooperativa maneja la sostenibilidad. Hay un departamento legal en Ondupalma que es quien se encarga de la identificación y del cumplimiento de requisitos legales, tanto para Ondupalma como para cada una de las cooperativas. Hay un programa de auditorías internas que nos permite a nosotros, como Ondupalma, mantener la implementación activa en cada una de las cooperativas. Nosotros nos movilizamos a las cooperativas para hacer auditorías internas y verificar que lo que está definido a nivel de procedimientos se esté cumpliendo y esté debidamente implementado. Al ser las cooperativas dueñas de Ondupalma, los costos de gestión son absorbidos por Ondupalma. Por esa razón les comentaba que la parte financiera del grupo, hay una empresa de segundo grado que es la financiera. Esta financiera trata de que las cooperativas mantengan sus ahorros o parte de lo que ellos producen, lo mantengan en las financieras para generar financiamiento interno a las cooperativas en el momento que lo utilicen, pero también financiar estos proyectos de certificación que cada cooperativa necesita para poder. Esto de certificaciones y de sostenibilidad tiene un costo y ese costo es absorbido por Ondupalma, puesto que las finanzas de Ondupalma y las utilidades, después de absorber estos costos, es distribuido de manera proporcional en función de la producción a cada una de las cooperativas. Esto es todo lo que yo les puedo compartir. Gracias por su atención. Yo espero haber de alguna forma contribuido con aclarar algunas cuestiones que son relativas a la gestión de socios y a que se puedan organizar. Y somos realmente bastantes socios. La membresía es de más de 800. Es bien importante establecer estructuras sólidas como la representación de cada una de las cooperativas. 3 miembros de cada cooperativa conforman la asamblea y es esta asamblea quien a su vez elige a una junta directiva que son 7 miembros. Estos 7 miembros toman las decisiones por Ondupalma y son los que dirigen todas las actividades que se desarrollan en la empresa. Cualquier duda que ustedes tengan sobre la estructura o sobre más información acerca de cómo implementar, cómo llevar a cabo la organización de pequeños productores en busca de la certificación o en busca de la sostenibilidad, yo con mucho gusto puedo atender sus consultas vía correo. Ya alguien tiene mi contacto telefónico, mi contacto de correo electrónico que en esta lámina aparece aquí. Yo con mucho gusto puedo contestar todas sus consultas. Espero haber contribuido de alguna forma y cualquier consulta yo estaría respondiéndoles vía correo electrónico.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. You hear me, Mr. Alex? Okay. Well, we have finished our presentation from the 5 speakers. So now, according to the time, we're supposed to stop at 12:15. but we can extend it because I think everybody of you want to hear more about what is going on with all this with all these presentations. So I can allow maybe 2 questions from the floor, and then if there is question from online question, is there any online question? No? Ada? Secretariat, is there any online question so that I can read? Okay, there is one online question, but that will be answered in the afternoon, correct? Is it true from CPOPC? Okay, now, if any? Okay, in that case, I will allow 2 questions from the floor, please. Yes, please. State your name, from organization, from where, and then be specific and direct the question to the speakers concerned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Amran from National Association Smallholders of Malaysia. First of all, I'd like to thank to all the presenters. Your papers just now is very good, very fine. We got a lot of information. So I got one question here, something to do with our challenges in palm oil industry. All the time, we have experience with European countries who always discredit our palm oil and stir our market. So at the end of the day, we can see smallholders will suffer just because of it. And there are a lot of provocations such as deforestation, forced labor, nutrient contents of palm oil, and etc. So believe in me, there will be more provocation issues will come in later on. So created by the EU. They are not to be blamed. Who smart will win the game? I believe that. But we here, since we are here, Indonesia, Malaysia, Papua, we are all here. I think one of the, we got to support and unite each other. And what I'm going to propose is that we should have focused what are the issues related to palm oil industry. Then we are always ready to combat the issue. So just like positive thinking approach. So there must be something. I believe there must be something that we can think about it. So my question is that to any of the presenter up there, I think you are very well known about our problems in palm oils. So they could share with us what are the problems and the possibilities issues that will be faced in the future. And my second question, since Nash concerned about our poor smallholders, so I try to address this question to the first speaker. What we think that we must not burden the smallholders with financial problems. So my question is, what are the strategies in terms of financial assistance to the government of Malaysia in the process of renewal of MSPO in the next round? Thank you.
Okay, we let Mr. Tan answer for what is the financial assistance. And then maybe Mr. Jono can answer the second. What is the second question? The problem, the issues. Okay.
Hello? Okay. In Malaysian context, Malaysian government, we always understand the limitation of smallholders, especially in financial. So currently for the current MSPO, okay, all the ordinary fee is covered by the government. Okay, so it's to reduce the burden of the smallholders, which include PPE, okay, personal protection equipment, and also storing rack for the chemicals. Moving forward with the new standard, okay, MSPO 2022, I projected that the assistance to the smallholder will continue, and maybe okay from our side we will propose to government to continue assist the smallholder, especially for the new elements. Example, HTV, SIA, and also GHG calculation, which we will collaborate with Malaysia Palm Oil Board, okay, to make sure that the implementation wouldn't burden the smallholders. But this still in planning, okay? So what happens is that normally when we have come up with a mechanism, we'll announce it to all the smallholders. Okay, so this is for financial side. I can chip in a bit about the futures issue is climate change. Okay, climate change. So that's why for MSPO, we included GHG emission calculators, okay, including for smallholders to anticipate okay, this kind of issue coming out. Okay, and also to help government Malaysia in terms of their reporting to UNFCCC on climate change. Okay, so we cover a bit. We're looking at what's going to happen soon. Okay, so we include GHG calculation, emission, okay, for climate change. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Just to, there will be a lot of issues in future. We don't know what, but the main issue I think is more on transparency. That's the main issue. Because I was in Brussels, they are not trust us. So whatever we do, whatever we did, MSPO or ISPO, they need a third party to verify that. We have been telling them we have done a lot of things. I think from day one, when we start our plantation 100 years ago, we have been fighting with these colonial thinking people, you know. So earlier they come up with health concern on palm oil. We face that. And of course, that affect the price, but the price is still there. Our living, our cost of living is still low in Malaysia, and of course in Malaysia, maybe in Malaysia the same thing. When our cost of living are increasing, the price are not going up. So this is the main issue now. For the smallholders, whether it's worth it to be in the industry or not. When the price goes up, when the price of cost goes up, but the price of the product still doesn't go up. So the margin that we get for the profit, whether it's worth it to be in the industry. For example, in Malaysia, there is a calculation for smallholders with an acreage of 6 hectares, they need 850 ringgit per ton of FAB to survive nowadays. So just imagine. So those who are less than that hectareage, you have to leave the market. Then you cannot survive unless you have other income. I mean slowly on palm oil. So this is the main issue for the smallholders. We are not talking about EU, DR, these are small issues, but the main issue is whether it's worth it for us to stay in the industry when the price of living is increasing. Thank you very much. So one more question, please. Yes, ada two. Okay, I allow two questions. One from, let's start with the baju batik dulu. Nanti lepas tu Tuan Haji Azman. Please, we have be specific with the question and direct the question to the speakers. Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih. Izinkan saya menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia, Mr. Azmi dan Bapak-Bapak semuanya. Saya Yunus dari Apkasindo. Tadi Mr. Jono, Bang Jono begitu begitu transparan, begitu berterus terang. Sehingga Pak Azmi menyampaikan, oh begitu banyak problem. Dan kita perlukan itu. Kami, petani di Indonesia, perlu menyampaikan itu di forum ini. Kami pikir ini forum yang mengutamakan transparansi, keterus-terangan, dan agar bisa menyelesaikan masalah. Mungkin itu, atau setidaknya mendokumentasikan masalah untuk petani, smallholder. Mungkin yang ingin kami tanyakan kepada Mr. Tan, bagaimana mendorong, memacu keikutsertaan petani, smallholder di Malaysia, agar mereka sadar, mau, ingin ikut berkontribusi, menyukseskan sertifikasi, program sertifikasi di Malaysia, ISPO atau MSPO, atau bahkan RSPO. Karena menurut kami ini penting. 10 tahun, 5-10 tahun lagi, yang tidak bersertifikat mungkin akan tenggelam, akan ditinggalkan. Tantangannya ikut aturan atau ubah bagi petani Indonesia yang 6,7 juta hektar, 42%. Lebih besar atau lebih luas dari jumlah atau luas sawit di Malaysia. Problem itu begitu besar. Jika kita ingin melaksanakan ISPO berdasarkan suksesnya replanting kelapa sawit untuk petani, itu mungkin 10-20 tahun. Mungkin. Tapi bagaimana kalau kita mengajukan perubahan persyaratan? Illegitimate seedling itu dirubah menjadi jangan lagi ada. Artinya dura juga nggak apa-apa gitu. Karena perkembangan zaman, permintaan pasar mengadopsi kepentingan cangkang. Harga cangkang sekarang mahal. Cangkang kelapa sawit mahal, begitu berharga. Nah, bagaimana kalau ini dimasukkan ke dalam kriteria bahwa yang penting GAP, Good Agriculture Practices, itu yang penting. Masukkan ke dalamnya produk itu cangkang. Jangan hanya CPO dan PKO. Tapi masukkan cangkang sebagai produk inti. Produk utama, bukan wise lagi. Ini penting. Kalau tidak, ini masalah besar, sehingga petani di Indonesia akan selalu ketinggalan. Tidak akan mendapatkan sertifikat dalam jangka pendek. Mungkin bisa, tapi dalam jangka panjang. Dan jika suatu waktu pasar di seluruh dunia menghendaki sertifikasi produk dari kelapa sawit, itu akan jadi masalah. Kita adalah supplier terbesar. Bagaimana ide kita itu sampai dan diadopsi oleh pasar. Cangkang adalah pasar. Dan kemungkinan masa depan itu pasar utama. Produk utama. Karena energi terbarukan. Mungkin ini usulan yang ya barangkali terdengar aneh, tapi saya pikir di masa depan mungkin keharusan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, pertama soalannya, kalau dipaham, yang saya paham ya. Pertama, the question now is that how to motivate the smallholders to take up certification in Indonesia. That's one thing, motivation. Because they make it mandatory. The second question is that why not include the palm kernel shell as part of the income for the smallholders? Betul Pak ya? Oke. So yang pertamanya saya minta Mr. Tan. Yang keduanya saya minta sama ada Pak Jono atau Pak Heri boleh salam. Boleh Pak? Nah, saya yang dasarnya elok. Certification dulu. Okay.
Okay. The effort to include smallholders into certifications is not easy task. Okay. From the experience of MPOCC and also MPOB, Malaysia Palm Oil Board, okay, is very tedious. Okay. So I happens that we have to use a lot of methods. Okay. we use a lot of man hours, man days, going to the ground, trying to approach all the smallholders. Okay. But in MPOB, okay, in Malaysia, we have MPOB, a regulatory body, where we have the information of the smallholders. What happens that we will go to a smallholders. Okay. MPOB is the main team. They go on the ground to approach all the smallholders. Okay. First, must create awareness. Okay. We group all the smallholders talking about sustainability, how it affects. Okay. So both of us, MPOC and MPOB, will go to the ground. Okay. Since 2017, even until today, we still have some activities briefing to the smallholders. Okay. Even though we say that 90% of Malaysia are certified, still got 10%, which is hard to find because maybe the contact details are not correct. So we still must put effort in this. So in Malaysia, I think we use two prompts. We use carrot and stick. Okay, for a stick, we make it mandatory. Okay, telling them that without the MSPO certification, okay, you affect their licensing. Okay, you affect their ability to operate legally. Okay, even that, okay, we don't sit in office. We go to the ground. Okay, I think MPOB have employed at least 300 officers around Malaysia to go and approach all the smallholders. Okay, then after that, we must mention about what kind of assistance the government giving to the smallholders. Okay, that's why a lot of people asking, smallholder asking, what is the benefit? How government will support me? Because for certification, it's something very new to the smallholders. Okay, for them, they plant oil palm for their livelihood. Now we're implementing a lot of so-called documentation, talking about environmental and social. Okay, some may not understand, so we need times, okay, to go through it. So I can only share the experience in Malaysia. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Just to add, just to add to the question. Sebenarnya Pak, di Malaysia sebelum ada MSPO, semua pekebun kecil di Malaysia telah dilisenskan. Itu yang menjadi punca kepada kecekapan dalam MSPO. Sebab 70 or 80% data sudah ada. Itu yang membantu. So yang akhir-akhir ni kebanyakan yang masalah ialah masalah penggunaan tanah tu, lahan tu. Kerana mereka telah menanam di tanah yang dulunya ditanam padi, ditanam dengan yang lain-lain. Ini je masalah nanti. Itu sebab kita boleh sampai ke 93-94%. So itu satu sebab lah. Okay. So yang question kedua tadi tentang cangkir itu adalah palm kernel shell. So saya minta Pak Heri, sebab dia terlibat dalam ISPO, mungkin dia boleh bagi komen. Sila Pak Heri.
Baik. Terima kasih pertanyaannya Pak Yunus atas pertanyaannya. I will respond as well the presentation of Bang Jono regarding the typology of ISPO for the smallholders. I think we have a chance to discuss further this because now we have to prepare for the next standard of ISPO. Have to be established on 2025 because it is in every periodical, in every 5 years, we have to make a new standard. So we have, and we have already things as well that the standard of ISPO for the farmers is being kind of excessive, and it is good first if the objective of the palm oil for the farmers is not only to produce the FFB for the CPO, but as well we have to consider other products such as palm kernel shell or other product that could be produced from the plantation managed by farmers. So we have a chance to make this happen, Pak Yunus, and as well Bang Jono.
Haji Azman, yes, please, my colleague. Make it short, brief, and very concise.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Azman Abdul. I am from Melaka, Nash Melaka. I was born and bred in Melaka. First, I would like to congratulate and also feel delighted and honored that the CPOPC held a workshop in Melaka, my town, my small state. So I would like to direct 3 questions, very, very short question. First of all is to Mr. Tan. Because he mentioned about dealers, isn't it? Dealers. To me, dealers is middlemen. Middlemen, it's true, eh? Why? What is the rationale behind these dealers have to have a certificate? That's my question. Number 2, all the while I've been hearing that sustainability certificate doesn't even mention pricing factor. That's very important, especially in dealing with FFB. There's no pricing factor, you know. That is my second question. My third question I would like to direct to Mr. Jono. You mentioned about the second generation of models, isn't it? I'm also a second generation of smallholders. So, can you elaborate on that? Huh? Can you elaborate on this second generation and what is the problem in the future? Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Tuan Haji Azman. 3 questions. 2 questions was directed to Mr. Tan. First, why dealers are certified? Second thing on pricing, and finally on second generation, that is to Mr. Jono. Please, Mr. Tan.
Okay. First question talking about dealers or middlemen, or we call fruit punch dealers. Okay. Now, in Malaysia context, because Malaysia have cultivated palm oil for more than 100 years. So as history goes by, some sector like I say dealers start to exist. Okay, currently in Malaysia, roughly we have 5,000 dealers around Malaysia. What happened that dealers now become a bridge between the smallholders, small estate to the palm oil mill. Okay, so when this happened, okay, last time the MSPO certificate, we only certify smallholders, organized smallholders, estate and palm oil mill. We don't have certain or specific certification for the dealers. Now we have. Why? Because we found that in the supply chain or the palm oil value chain, okay, dealers in the middle. Okay, when dealers are not certified, okay, they wouldn't give the information of MSU certification to the palm oil mill. Okay, this is because the nature of their business, which middlemen, they are the buyer of FFB, then they sell back to palm oil mill. So when this happens, the information of MSO does not, okay, carry to the palm oil mill, and palm oil mill are forced to declare the FFB from the smallholder as uncertified because they don't have the certificate, because dealer does not give the certificate because of the nature of their business. So what happens that we say, okay, why not? We include dealer in the certification so that dealer can send their MSPO certificate to the palm oil mill, and we can use traceability to trace back into the smallholders. We always say that this certification traceability is talking about one step up, one step down. To me, I am as a dealer, okay, I will know who's the seller, okay, I sell to who and who I buy. While the palm oil mill only know from which dealer they buy. So they will protect the confidentiality and privacy of the business. Except, okay, the dealer doesn't exist. Then if the palm estate goes straight or the smallholder goes straight to a palm oil mill, then we don't need to have a certification for the dealers. But looking in a Malaysian context, that's why MSPO is a national certification. We study the whole supply chain of Malaysia. Okay, so we decided after a very thorough discussion with all the stakeholders, okay, to make sure that we can provide, okay, certified CPO, MSPO certified CPO to the world, we need to certify the dealers. Okay, so this also will help at least the smallholder crops they go into the palm oil mill can be claimed as certified. Okay, this is the reason why we certify the dealers. Okay. Second question, pricing. Pricing is a bit hard to answer. Okay, I thought answering me will help.
Okay, on the pricing of FFB, just for your information in Malaysia, you see, I'm a smallholders. I know what the pricing. You see, in Malaysia, the pricing of FFB, if you look direct to MFU, you want to attach to them, there is no benefit on pricing, no premium, nothing. But if you study the structure of pricing mechanism in Malaysia, because our pricing is based on 1% OER, accession rate. So the price is based on whatever price upfront, the CPO price and kernel price, count backward and come to FFB price, minus all the costs. Okay, at the end of the day, the moving average of 5 years OER is being used to come up with 1% OER price. Okay, let's give me, for example, that when the price of CPO is 800 ringgit, the price of FFB, you just divide by 5 is around around 1,000 ringgit. No, the price of FFB is 3,000 ringgit, sorry. So divide by 5 is around 300 divided 3,000 divided by 5. 2,000? No, 1,000 ringgit. Huh? So that is equivalent to 20% OER. You see, that's how they calculate. So 1% OER, you divide it furthermore, it can come up to 40 or 50 ringgit. Okay, let me take that one. If 1% OER 40 to 50 ringgit, now if we can produce a good quality crop as compared to our neighbor of non-quality crop, and then if we can get higher OER, then our price will be 1% higher than our neighbor, then our benefit there's 40 ringgit above our neighbor. This is how the pricing in Malaysia now. So for MSPO, if we take MSPO as our base of management, then we are supposed to come up with a sustainable FAB, correct? Sustainable FAB means we have to give a premium on our quality, correct? So in that case, we are going to get a higher OER. That is the benefit from MSPO. Indirectly. Directly, there is none on pricing. So, and the question by our friend just now, they said, okay, now if we can price further to that, because a lot of product that we send, FAB, you have the fiber, you have the kernel, all, and then they can produce energy. If that amount of what they call it, benefit can be returned back to the smallholders, there will be a further advantage or benefit to the smallholders, to the smallholders, the small planters, sorry. I'm doing the small planters now. So that's how, to me, I look at MSPO or ISPO, there is benefit. But of course, there must be some kind of understanding between the buyer and seller. At the end of the day, some of whatever benefit they get at the upfront, return back to the smallholders. That's on the pricing. Thank you.
Jadi sebelum ke pertanyaan second generation tadi, jadi Pak Yunus, di Malaysia ini kan berarti 95% MSPO-nya sudah acquired. Salah satu perbedaan terbesarnya berarti yang kita pelajari di sini adalah kita sama-sama tidak ada premium price. Tapi untuk acquire MSPO mereka 100% gratis. Bahkan untuk training dan segala macam itu juga sudah gratis. Jadi kita kalau di Indonesia tantangannya sudahlah bayar, tidak ada premium price. Kalau di Malaysia tidak ada premium price, dapatkan MSPO gratis. Nah, jadi masih ada Ini masih ini nih Pak. Nanti kita ngobrol panjang dengan Pak Heriadi ini Pak ini. Oke, regarding di second generation Pak. Jadi second generation itu with all due respect Pak, I have a question. Bapak punya children? Punya children? Ada berapa children Pak? 3 children. Ada berapa children Bapak yang jadi pekebun? Tak ada. Itulah masalahnya Pak. Itu masalah. Iya. Jadi Bapak second generation berarti third generation Bapak ada tak yang jadi pekebun? Itulah masalahnya Pak. Jadi masalah Bapak tuh itu terjadi di semua kita ini. Jadi di Indonesia, di Malaysia, itulah yang terjadi sama saya sendiri. Jadi kawan-kawan saya bertanya, Jono kamu jauh-jauh abroad study balik ke Indonesia jadi pekebun. Bodoh kau katanya. Taklah, saya cinta negara saya. Jadi sebagai pekebun itu salah satu kebanggaan bagi kita Pak. Tapi itulah permasalahannya bagi second, third, fourth generation. Makin advance, makin tinggi study, makin tak mau menyentuh tanah. Makin mau ke gedung-gedung yang tinggi-tinggi. Jadi itu problem kita Pak. Jadi sehebat apapun seed kita, mau dapat 30 ton per hektar per bulan, mau setinggi apapun OR kita, mau kita MSPO, ISPO, kalau 25 tahun ke depan, tak ada yang bisa istilahnya mengelola daripada kebun kita, ladang kita, habis sudah. Tak ada lagi produksi CPO, tak ada lagi Malaysia hebat dalam kelapa sawit, tak ada lagi Indonesia hebat dalam kelapa sawit. Itulah Pak. Jadi salah satu challenge untuk kita semua adalah bagaimana kita motivate daripada anak-anak kita, adik-adik kita. Jadi itulah, karena memang mereka lah, makanya saya katakan tadi, replanting itu bukan hanya pada tanaman ini saja, tapi kepada orang-orangnya juga. Jadi percuma kita replanting 25 tahun, untuk 25 tahun berikutnya, tapi yang memanage itu tak ada. Itu Pak, jadi sama-sama kita bentuk itu semangat anak-anak muda di Indonesia, di Malaysia, dan di negara-negara lain, Honduras, Papua Nugini, dan lain-lain. Itu mungkin Pak. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih kepada semua kerana thank you to everybody for the question and then thanks to the answer from the panel. So I want that give a lot of applause to our presenter. Okay, saya mohon maaf kerana telah mengambil masa lunch lebih kurang setengah jam. So, minta maaf ya. Okay, saya serahkan balik kepada I return back to the secretariat. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Azmi, and all distinguished speakers for all lively discussions we have up until this afternoon. You may kindly return to your seat, please. Once again, distinguished delegates, please give a round of applause for all the speakers that we have. Thank you, honorable distinguished participants. Now it is time for us to have a break. For distinguished participants join us here in Malacca, please enjoy the lunch break located at the Courtyard Cafe lobby level. For distinguished participants attend virtually, thank you for being with us up until this session. And we would like to inform that all the presentation materials will be shared through the link on the located through the chat box on the session Zoom. So please stay in touch up until the end of the event. We also have the live stream our all the workshop today through the YouTube channel. So please stay in touch. And again, we are still waiting for you to share your most insightful story at the CPOPC International Smallholders Workshop 2023 on your Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook by tagging our social media account at cpopc.org. And at the end of the event, there will be an award for all the winners, so make sure you keep up with today's workshop. Bapak dan Ibu, izin menginformasikan sebelum kita mengonsumsi makan siang, Aya nak memberikan bekal sedikit ya, bahwa kita ada aktivasi sosial media dan kami mengajak Bapak dan Ibu jika memiliki akun sosial media untuk berpartisipasi dalam lomba posting mengenai kesan dan pesan mengenai CPOPC International Workshop dan kita lakukan hari ini. Dan Bapak dan Ibu dapat memposting pandangan, experience, and any thoughtful post that you may share to us tentang materi yang disampaikan dari pembicara mungkin di first and second sessions that we even will have after the break. So jangan lupa mention at cpopc.org dan juga berikan tagar hashtag CPOPC or hashtag Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries. And at the end of the event akan ada hadiah menarik bagi Bapak Ibu juga yang hadir di sini untuk postingan terpilih. So now, please be informed that the next agenda of our workshop is the session 2 with them moving forward with even many more distinguished speakers. So please come back on time for the session and see you in 2 p.m. Malaysia time.
Sebenarnya kerja kat sini kerja kat sini memang tenang tau. Sebab Sebenarnya kerja kat sini memang tenang. Kita kerja dengan alam.
What
Distinguished participants, the CPOPC International Smallholders Workshop 2023. So session 2 is about to begin in 15 minutes. For our participants joining virtually, please hang tight and make sure you already use the virtual background that has been sent to your submitted email, or you can grab it through your chat box. And for those who attend physically, kindly have your seat. And also, we would like to extend our gratitude for your presence on the lunch session. So you may let me know how's the lunch sessions this been great. Right. See you in shortly 15 minutes.
Congratulations to the CPOPC Secretariat for arranging the shipment ceremony. Over 100,000 germinated seed will be shipped to assist hundreds of Honduran smallholders affected by hurricane back in 2020. This should be seen as a humanitarian response and convey a sincere hope to redouble the partnership between CPOPC Indonesia and Malaysian stakeholders with Honduras.
This also proves that we recognize Honduras as an important ally of CPOPC. More so, since the country is in the process of becoming a full member of the Council. It's only right for us to extend the help that they need with the germinated seeds. And I hope this will foster stronger ties between the member countries moving forward.
This secretary, together with the Industrial Association of Oil Palm Producers at Honduras, AIPA, will ensure the correct distribution of seeds, especially among those growers who lost plantation recently due to environmental disasters. This donation represents a huge and enormous and important contribution for them.
En el 2003 ingresamos a esta tierra para lo que es la agricultura. Dependiendo al ver la sostenibilidad de la familia, entonces nosotros fue que logramos a luchar para sembrar palma.
La palma es una de las plantas que en realidad tiene bastante prioridad para uno de campesino, porque es lo que la planta ahorita es la planta la más que produce pues para uno de campesino. Sí.
La época que vino de Tillota los dejó sin nada. La altura de agua aquí sobrepasó casi a los 30 pies de altura de agua. A los 8 meses pudimos venir a entrar a siquiera una área de la tierra porque no podíamos entrar después de los huracanes. Desde el día que empezó a llenar y ya quedamos incomunicados, para nosotros ya habíamos hecho números o cuentas de que no teníamos nada. Habíamos quedado sin nada, las pérdidas eran totales y las llenas vienen, pero ellos traen hongos que dejan en la tierra por la fuerte humedad y la humedad trae hongos y el hongus mata las plantas.
Porque bueno, ustedes deben de observar todo lo perdido. Ha bajado, cuando empezamos nosotros estábamos sacando aproximadamente unas 80 toneladas. Ahorita, sin estos cortecitos, lo más que estamos sacando, oiga bien, serán de 4 a 5 toneladas. Para mí, en este momento, que la producción de palma es muy baja, se me hace muy difícil para poder sustentar a la familia.
Este día estamos recibiendo 102,000 semillas germinadas de palma africana de alta genética que vienen a ayudar y a paliar el impacto negativo que han tenido nuestros productores de palma en los años anteriores, especialmente después de los huracanes ETA, Iota y Julia.
Sí, agradeciendo nuevamente a las 8 empresas de Indonesia, a CPOPC por haber logrado conseguir este valioso aporte para los productores del país. Creo que es muy importante porque viene a contribuir y a devolverle ese estado de ánimo a los productores que han estado muy afectados.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Malacca, Malaysia. Welcome again to the second session of CPOPC International Smallholders Workshop 2023 with the theme Moving Forward. This workshop is brought to you by CPOPC. The purpose of this program is to identify potential activities and achieving sustainable certification among Malaysia and Indonesia smallholders. All sessions will be live broadcasted on our YouTube channel, so please visit CPOPC YouTube channel. And also, you can follow our social media account at Instagram and Twitter at cpopc.org, Meta, and LinkedIn for the recent updates of our activities. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you again to share your most insightful story throughout today's International Smallholders Workshop on your social media account through Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook by tagging our account at cpopc.org. By the end of the event, there will be an award for the most participative accounts who are continuous sharing thoughtful posts of today's workshop with us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, shall we start the second session of presentations? For this, I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Wicaksana Darmosarkoro, Director of Sustainability and Smallholders of CPOPC, to moderate session 2 with them of the plight of smallholders. So Pak Wicak, you may do the honor to moderate the session.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like I just standing here and I get a problem. The problem is I saw you just too hungry or too full. You should have too full, you're sleepy. No, that's a joke. I'm very sure that you're very happy right now and you're very, want to see about what's in our presentation. So we have three for this afternoon, and I'm sure this is a very good presentation for this, because after doing things about challenging and planning things like that, and now we have to moving forward. What kind of moving forward that we need for? So I will invite three presenters. I would like to be here. Mr. Tang Menkon, that's a regional CEO. And then Mr. Aziz Hidayat, that's from KAPKI. And then Dr. Puah Chiwei from CPOPC. I would like to, the CV. Mr. Tang Menkon Saimdarpi. Mr. Tang is currently the regional CEO, Central West Region, Upstream Malaysia, Saimdarpi Plantation Berhad. He is responsible for upstream operation in Negeri Sembilan and Melaka, which consists of 28 estates with an area of 60,000 hectares with 7 palm oil mills, with a total workforce about 5,000 employees. That's very big. He holds a bachelor's degree, science and master degrees in business management and administration. He has 34 years of working experience with Saimdarpi. And of course, has been regional CEO for the past 5 years. Please welcome. And then Pak Aziz Hidayat from KAPKI. Pak Aziz is the head of plantation division at Indonesia Palm Oil Association, IPOA or KAPKI, since December 2020. Previously, he served as the head of ISPO Committee Secretariat from 2016 to 2020. Mr. Aziz received his bachelor from Stiper, Yogyakarta in 1983 and his master from University of Philippines in 1994. In 2021, he is part of the awardees of Indonesian palm oil figures given by Sawit Indonesia magazine. Please welcome. And then the third, that's the most beautiful one. Dr. Puah Chiwei from CPOPC. Dr. Puah is Director of Strategy and Policy in CPOPC since June 2020. Previously, she has served as Minister at the Embassy of Malaysia and Mission of Malaysia to the European Union in Brussels, Belgium. Concurrently, as the Regional Manager Europe of the Malaysian Palm Oil Board, MPOB, from September 2017 to June 2022. She received a bachelor degree and PhD from University of Malaya, Malaysia. And of course, has more than 20 years of experience in palm oil industry. Please welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, after we have presentation of three presenters here, we will have a panel discussion. Not only 3 of them, but I will invite another 3%. So it will be, it's very great after this. So I think it's depend on the order. One, Sir Tang, you're first. Actually, your time is 30 minutes, but it took like, you can squeeze it a little bit, to be 20 or 25. Agree? Yes, I think he is already agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. And salam sejahtera and very good afternoon to everyone. First, I'd like to thank CPOPC by inviting Saimdarpi Plantation to share our journey toward the plantation of the future. So in the next 25 minutes, right, I'm going to give you a sneak peek of what the futures hold for our industry, as inspired by a group managing director, Datuk Muhammad Helmi Osman Bashar, which we are going to share with you. It's not a science fiction. Yeah. Today, we are living in a very rapid changing world with all the digitals, AIs, and robotics. And at Samdabi, we are riding on all these advances. We are reimagining and reinventing the way we work has been done in the oil palm industry for the last century. And we are working day and night, try to make the future a reality. And we begin to see that it is possible, and our end game that we have envisioned. With that, we take a look of what we are going to share you in the next slide. Next slide, please. Please play the video. Thanks. Thank you. And some machine you have seen, in fact, have been rolled out commercially, and some are still under prototype. So next slide, please. So now the question is, what if, can you help me to press the button? We could live without foreign workers. Next. Straight away, I think you can continue to press. We could employ 100% locals and pay a living wage. We could work for estates 24/7, day and night, without using manual labors, which we can avoid the forced labor issue. What if, with all the above, unit cost is still maintained at the current level or even reduced? Next. And we could entitle young people to choose career in the plantation industry. I think this morning, this issue was raised during the panel discussion. Next slide, please. But we can make it happen, provided all plantation company, big or small, even small planters, as this morning we term it, right? To provide platform for innovation, to stimulate growth through engagement with startup, either locally or overseas. We foster a safe space for experimentation and failure. Next. Allocate, dedicate resources, funds, and talent to support transformation initiative for the industry. Next. And to demonstrate the unwavering commitment from the very top. Next. In October 2020, at Samdabi Plantation, due to the pandemic, we have no solution at all with the acute labor shortage we are facing. And then our group managing director have called together with some of the finest people we have within the group, from R&D, from the digitals, from the operation, as well from the engineer. They call for the meeting for the very first. And during the meeting, goals have established, and Project Infinity was born. I'm going to illustrate a bit more what is the Project Infinity. Next slide, please. Yep. The end goal for the Project Infinity is to address the labor shortage, also to address our high dependency on the foreign workers. The project team pursue a two-pronged strategy. So the first strategy is to accelerate. What does that mean? As most of us, or most of you are aware, that Samdabi Plantation, in fact, we have involving in mechanization since 90s. But during then, there are not so much of pressure, right? So we take every time we take a small step just to improve our operation efficiency. So we treat it more like a hobby. So due to that, there is not much positive progress to shown. Then we resolve. Due to that, we resolve to change our mindset and attitude. So what we did at the company level, we fast-tracking to roll out any successful mechanization initiative. We are no more taking the safe approach like before. No more 2 years trials or the long budget debates. So the second approach is to leap. This is to complete a total re-elimination of our upstream operation via innovation in digital, AI, and robotics. In this strategy, of course, we need much more advanced mechanization to tackle the most challenging operation in the estate, which being categorized as harvesting, right? So this harvesting includes pruning, picking of the root fruits, of course, harvesting the fresh fruit bunches. And we also put very hard to work automation. And in the video, in fact, you saw the sound, right? We try out the machine to run 24/7, even at night. And with this automation and using robotic, I think we can bring our production to a higher level, which we were not able to achieve if we did it manually. So due to that, I think we need a more radical approach. Of course, this will attract a bigger investment. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we have a dedicated, sorry, I think you go back to the previous slide. One more. Okay, next slide, please. So we need a dedicated team here. And we require the skilled individual to enhance or to strengthen our internal capability. We have a single goal. Just to expedite and develop the solution to deploy as quickly as possible across our operation. And the internal robotic unit we established in Carey Island. I think some of you have visited our Carey Island before, to develop the in-house solution involving digital, technology, AI, and robotic. And the advantage today is with the rapid evolving and developing of the global innovation ecosystem that will allow us to move so far and so quickly. Now, things are changing on the ground. Next slide, please. And we at Samdabi Plantation, we strongly believe to work with partnership, with partners who share the same passion and goal with us. And we scouted the world to look for the right partners because we believe it's vital to have a good partner to make sure the project is success. So we look for local technology providers. We work with the higher education and vocational institution. At the same time, we also look for other technologies providers from all around the world. And at the same time, or seamlessly, we develop our internal capacity. Next slide, please. And we understand and we realize that we need new skill sets, something more, something different from ordinary. Hence, we need to hire. And on these slides, these are our very first advertisement to recruit those experts in robotic technology. And today, the team is growing. They work hard to find the solution together with our partners. And probably on the next slide, let me show you a short video to show what they are working on now. Please. all the machine demonstrated in the video clip, indeed it developed in-house together with the partners at Carey Island, right? Next slide, please. So another collateral advantage of all this work in mechanizing and automating is that we are surely and slowly but surely breaking the glass ceiling by making the plantation work less tough and less taxing. The stereotypes are shattering. We know pretty well that this oil palm industry is the male dominant industry. But the transformation we are undertaking, we were able to bring more women into this traditionally male-dominated space. Today, we have few female asset managers. We have one female refinery head. We have one female mill managers, and we have a very first female regional CEO who based in Kedah and Perak. And in fact, in April last year, 2022, we even recruit the first female machine specialist. And today, in total, we have 22 women machine specialists in our estate. We knew and we realized that there's still a long way to go for the gender parity. But we believe we can make this reality happen with introducing and intensifying the automations and mechanization. And we believe our project local, that means that we now focus on recruiting locals, will change the demographic of our workers in our plantation. Don't just take what we said. Probably listen to some of our new recruit had to say. Next slide, please. And play the video. Thank you.
Ni memang tenang tau. Sebab kita bekerja dengan alam.
Memang seronok lah sebab kita kerja kat sini pun rasa suasana tu macam suasana kita di kampung.
Nama saya Sri Nur Hidayu binti Kusain. Saya bekerja di Division Sungai Linau Sepang sebagai machine specialist. Masa mula-mula tu, saya macam culture shock lah, macam kejutan budaya untuk saya. Sebab saya daripada bandar, tiba-tiba saya nak masuk ke sini. Mula-mula saya tak yakin, memang tak yakin langsung. Tapi lama-lama saya duduk sini, saya rasa macam, okey lah keadaan kat sini. Selepas masuk dalam field, habis bekerja macam dah pukul 1 lebih macam tu, jam 2:30 macam tu, kita dah balik-balik. Lepas tu bolehlah buat aktiviti apa-apa dekat rumah yang kat sini rumah dibagi pada MS. Sekarang saya tinggal kat sini, barang-barang kat dalam tu, mula-mula saya tengok semua ada. Perabot ada, orang tamu tu memang ada tempat duduk, sofa. Kat belakang almari ada, katil ada, tilam. Dan yang paling mengejutkan, dapur gas pun ada. Yang itu yang best, semua ada.
Nama saya Karim Izam Megasin, bekerja sebagai machine specialist di ladang sekam Komando Division. Pukul 2:30 kalau kerja dah siap disempurnakan. Dan selepas 2:30 tu rasanya macam aktiviti dah bergantung pada kita sendiri. Kita nak pergi mana-mana, nak pergi shopping ke, nak tengok movie ke, nak pergi ambil anak sekolah ke, memang tak ada batas lah. Bila kami keluarga duduk di ladang ni, rasa suasana tu macam suasana kita di kampung. Biasa minggu lepas kami family akan pergi pantai. Lepas kat pantai pagi. Tapi rasanya untuk spend time dengan family tu memang masa dia kalau kita compare dengan tempat kerja saya yang lama kan.
Sektor perdagangan akan bergerak ke arah mekanisasi secara penuh pada masa hadapan. Justeru mereka yang dilatih pada masa sekarang akan menjadi tenaga-tenaga mahir pada tempoh yang akan datanglah. Jadi ini adalah peluang ataupun kelebihan yang mereka ada bila masa mereka menyertai mesin spesialis yang kami anjurkan, dan skill-skill tersebut akan berguna pada mereka untuk kelestarian sistem perdagangan Indonesia.
Pada kawan-kawan kat luar sana tu, join projek lokal ni. Belum cuba, belum tahu. Dah cuba, baru tahu.
Kalau tak percaya, jom sertai kami. Kami akan tunjukkan apa itu keseronokan kerja.
So please join us into plantation work. Encourage your children Next slide, please. Today, oil palm industry is facing a lot of issues, especially on the labor-related matters, one after another. I think these are common newspaper headlines you have seen from day to day. Next slide, please. So the transformation we are undertaking, it's not just about Samdabi plantation. We know that over the last 100 years, we do the same way, more or less, hardly change in our estate operation or how we run our estate. Now, we have the opportunity to transform our industry, riding on all the advances in IT, in digitals, in robotics, and as well the AI. So we must grab it, everyone. Next slide, please. And the transformation we are undertaking also can be our Tesla moment. Younger generation have long ago shied away from the industry. At this morning, we have rightly pointed out by one of the participants on the floor. And this transformation, we believe, will change that. And today's, the oil palm industry can provide jobs and livelihoods for millions and millions of people, either directly or indirectly. In Malaysia, indeed, oil palm industry is the second largest employer after the government. We know the fundamentals of the oil palm industry still remain very strong, but the way we work has just got to change. And we also anticipated the global population is going to be increased up to 10 billion by 2050. And all these people, they need good quality of food and good employment. And the oil palm industry can offer them the future they need. So I urge no one sit and wait at the light side. Join us and let's transform the industry together. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think if you see from the presentation, it looks like the future of the plantation is mechanization, digitization. So really we have a lot of questions, but save our question. We will discuss it in the panel discussion. So for the next, Aziz will share to us about the plasma, and probably now is not known as plasma. I think you will explain to us. You're welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. Firstly, I would like to thanks to CPOPC, which gave me a chance to share about the Indonesian experience, especially for the strategic partnership between palm oil company and smallholders in the smallholders palm oil replanting program that now in the 2023, we have a target 180,000 hectares. Pak Wicak, allow me to go down. Yeah, I will inspect who is sleeping. Just joke. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please next slide. Next. As you know that palm oil industry in Indonesia is the most strategic sector. Now we have 16.5 0.38 million hectares. Yeah. And CPO production last year, 52 million ton. As you know that also when we have a COVID pandemic, Indonesia still have a export revenue more than 39 billion US dollar, or in rupiah 621 trillion, excluding export tax and levy. And then also for the job creation or employment, labor, directly 5.5 million, and indirect more than 17 million. Also, we have energy security. Yeah, Indonesia have a mandatory B30, and now for the 2023 B35. Last year, we also have saving devisa more than 122 trillion rupiah. Yeah. Next. The government of Indonesia also have commitment to for the sustainable palm oil industry governance. So many regulation for palm oil. Yeah, so many. And the latest is the UU Cipta Kerja, Law of the Republic of Indonesia, number 11 and newly on number 6, 23, 22. On job creation, some government regulation from Minister of Regulation, from laws, environment and forestry, agrarian and landscape, agriculture, labor, etc. So many regulation. Also, we have new regulation for ISPO. That this morning we heard from Pak Heriati, residential regulation, and then Minister for Agriculture regulation. And also we have a National Action Plan for Sustainable Palm Oil, Presidential Instruction 2019. And now also we have smallholder palm oil replanting program, 2.8 million hectares, yeah, since 2017. And the last mandatory B35 on this year for biodiesel. Next. This is, I think we all know that 42% of palm oil in Indonesia owned by the smallholders. Yeah, we still also, the average CPO productivity is still low, 3.55 ton per hectare CPO. Next. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, that the potential of replanting program, 2.8 million hectares. This is come from ex-plasma, also nucleus estate smallholder 40 years, yeah, 40 years ago. And every year, the government make a target. This year, 180,000 hectares. Next. The potential SPR ex-nucleus estate or PIRBUN, the IPOA members atau anggota GAPKI, the total around 264,000 hectares spread in 9 provinces. Yeah. This is plasma PIR transmigration nucleus estate, and then plasma KKPA, ya, kredit koperasi. Ya. Next. The SPR National Program Partnership Scheme. So the government last year established the National Program Partnership Scheme for the replanting program, which is implemented by smallholder organization, smallholder cooperative, or another smallholder organization, which have partnership with palm oil plantation or companies. The partnership with palm oil companies based on partnership agreement at least consists of scope of partnership, time and duration, financing, accompaniment, and right and obligation, and the criteria of the palm oil company. The first, valid plantation management evaluation or assessment by the government, at least third classification. Also must have palm oil mills or has partnership with another third party. Also have to have heavy equipment, mechanization, system for replanting, or list of the third parties is capable to palm oil replanting. And have to have a source of palm oil nursery facility or have partnership with palm oil nursery. Next. Next. I would like to share about the commitment for the GAPKI and company, palm oil company to accelerate the replanting program through partnership scheme with signed in the Minister of Agriculture by the Directorate General of Estate Crop with the target 100,000 hectares this year. Next. But before, I would like to acknowledge about the GAPKI. GAPKI or IPOA established on February 27, 1981, and now with the start only 23 members, and now the members 727 with total planted area 3,072,000 hectares, consisting of state-owned plantation companies atau PTPN and private-owned company, foreign and local companies. Next. This is, I think, the vision of GAPKI, to create sustainable national palm oil industry as the source of for well-being of the public. Next. How about the role of the GAPKI in the SPR program to facilitate strategic partnership between palm oil companies and smallholder? There are two kinds of partnership. The first partnership in palm oil plantation development. So only to develop plantation with the objective to assure the purchase of FFB based on the Minister of Agriculture decree for the FFB price regulation issued by the price fixing team at province level periodically. The second partnership is the oil palm plantation development and fully management of palm oil plantation. I think the objective is the same. Next. The role of IPOA or GAPKI for the partnership palm oil company and smallholder. Palm oil company have the ability to and competency to develop and manage plantation, but smallholder partner have land and partner ability with palm oil company. Second, develop palm oil mill with the availability capacity for the palm oil company and smallholder partner, obligated to accept all FFB from smallholder partner based on the Minister of Agriculture decree, and assurance the sustainability partnership between palm oil company and smallholder to utilize maximum capacity of palm oil mills. Yeah. I think this partnership still going on up to now. Next. Next. In this moment, I also would like to share about the closed loop model for the strategic partnership palm oil companies and smallholder. We know that the smallholder have to have the smallholder group and then cooperative or small scale and medium-sized enterprises, which have a plasma or independent smallholding cooperative with the productivity and income improvement, internal control system. Also, they can get a credit disbursement and repayment. Also in this closed loop model, also the company which have input, agriculture input availability, supply of certified seed, fertilizer, pesticide, herbicides, also have land clearing with zero burning, and good agriculture practices guidance for palm oil. How about the financial institution? They have to have access to finance, grant from palm oil funding agency or PPDBKS, which have a grant 30 million rupiah per hectares. And then also the farmers need loan from banks for farmers with a competitive rate and grace period. So the SMEs or cooperative also have to have market access and technology. Yeah. This is to guarantee with access to processing FFB and market. So the company play as off-takers. Also need digital market access, e-commerce, access to global market, export, and then also vocational capacity building on good agriculture practices and palm oil for smallholders. Also mechanization that have explained by the Sam Derby. Yeah. How about the role of government? Government established the policy and regulation support. Also, the government have to serve land availability and legality. That's this morning Pak Jono already gave a wish list about the land legality. Also availability on plantation business registration certificate or STDB, surat tanda daftar budidaya. This is one of the requirement for the ISPO and PSR. Technical recommendation from the Directorate General of Estate Crop before the smallholder receive the grant from BPDBKS. And then CPCL or the person who will join the PSR. Next. In this slide, I would like to explain about the role of stakeholder. I think smallholders, farmers as a landowners, and also as a worker in the plantation, companies will manage the farmers, palm oil plantation, including replanting, maintaining, harvesting, and purchasing of FFB, and as a off-taker, to build and manage the farmers, palm oil plantation in accordance with the GAP, purchasing FFB based on the government price regulation. The cooperative as an administrator for managing the farmers' palm oil plantation, establish partnership agreement between company and cooperative, which is valid for at least one planting cycle, 25 up to 30 years. For the bank, will approve credit financing for the smallholder cooperative with the support from the company as a guarantor. The government support the law assurance and related regulation for SPR program, land legality, competitive interest rate, and primary services on processing SPR. And the Smallholder Association, Apkasindo, Portaspi, Samade, etc., socialize the strategic partnership for SPR program to the chapter and member of the Smallholder Association, also support the acceleration of SPR program through strategic partnership scheme. Next. I think so many benefit if the smallholder establish the partnership with the company. Like this, yeah. For example, for plantation managed by professional and transparency, another business opportunity, develop solidarity, and assurance purchasing smallholder FFB by company based on government price regulation, assurance the quality of palm oil crops, and then increasing farmers' income. Yeah. Next. Next. Yeah. What is the strategy of replanting acceleration. The strategy is assistance and guidance program for smallholders, consists of socialization and registration through partnership scheme, explanation of credit financing, smallholders registration, and collection of administrative requisite. The second, enhancing the capacity and capability of smallholder for the high quality of seed certified and the implementation of good agriculture practices for palm oil, and then enhancing the accessibility of credit financing from bank. This is for the second years up to 4 years, yeah. Because the first year, smallholder will receive grant from BPDPKS 30 million rupiah, yeah. And then the guidance of replanting from land clearing with zero burning, availability of high quality seed and certified, cultivation, maintaining, pest control management, and harvesting. Next. The implementation of strategic partnership. We have a lesson learned from Sinarmas, yeah, and the smallholder palm oil and cooperative in 2022. In 2021, Bank BRI, ya, Bank Rakyat, has been approved the credit financing facility application of the SPR partnership scheme between company and smallholder palm oil as of 1,756 million rupiah. For, yeah.
You have 5 more minutes.
Okay. For 14,000 hectares. Yeah. Also, the company has been signed the strategic partnership agreement for SPR with smallholder, plasma and independent. Yeah, consists of assurance the availability of high quality of seed, and then partnership scheme, capacity building, guidance, as I mentioned before. Next. This is the model gathering, BRI and company in Rio. This is the region of Pak Jono. Yeah. Next. This is the example for high quality seed certified potential CPO for production 7 up to 8 ton per hectare per year. Next. You can see land preparation and land clearing with zero burning, with mechanization. Yeah. Next. This is planting with good agriculture practices. Next. This is the output of SPR program, similar with the company. This is owned by smallholders, yeah, similar with company. Next. This is the outcome SPR program, the first harvest. Yeah. Next. This is our minister coordinating, Pak Erlangga, harvesting ceremony, yeah, and Rio also. Next. Success story, yeah, the strategic partnership between Sinarmas and Berkat Rito Cooperative at Kampar. In June 2015, the first year, the average of productivity 2 ton FIP per month per hectare. The second year, 2.4. The third year, 2.5 ton per hectare per month. The second partnership with the Swadaya Mas bersama independent smallholder, the average productivity, the first year 1.7 ton, the second year 2.77 FIP per hectare per month. Next. This is also Pak Erlangga, the coordinating minister, the first planting, yeah, in Rio also. Next. And then last May, the signing of the partnership agreement for SPR program between 7 palm oil companies and 7 smallholder palm oil cooperative, witnessed by Minister of Agriculture in auditorium, Minister of Agriculture, 7 company who will partnered with smallholder. Next, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. So it's full of information about plasma and partnership. So now, invite Dr. Phua to explain or to share with us about smallholders and EUDR. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Pak Wicak. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Pak Rizal, Datuk Najib, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. And the title of my presentation is How the EUDR Affects the Smallholders and the Way Forward for the Inclusion of Smallholders. Now, first, I would like to share with you the overview of my presentation. So I will give you a brief overview of the oil palm industry in general, and we go into some of the key highlights of the European Union deforestation regulation, or more commonly known as EUDR, and what are the impacts on the oil palm industry, in particular to the oil palm smallholders, and what are the efforts that have been carried out by the Council of Palm Oil Producing Country, CPOPC, to minimize the impacts, as well as the way forward before I conclude. So now, as an overview of the oil palm industry, I believe in the whole, for the previous papers, we have heard about the importance of the palm oil for the smallholders, especially in the socio-economic development of palm oil producing countries. So I just share some of the figures with you here. For Indonesia, we have at least 2.6 million smallholders, in which it covers about 41% of the oil palm planted area. But Aziz just mentioned it's about 42% of the oil palm planted area. And in Malaysia, we have about 450,000 smallholders, which is about 27%. And in Honduras, our new member of the CPOPC, and this morning we heard in the keynote speech, is about 18,600 smallholders, which covers about 50% of oil palm planted areas of about 200,000 hectares in Honduras. So in terms of contribution to the gross domestic product of the palm oil producing countries, for Indonesia, it contributes about 3.5%, and in Malaysia, and 3.06%. So this just demonstrates how important the oil palm industry is to contribute to the socio-economic development of the palm oil producing country. In addition to that, we have to highlight that the importance of the oil palm industry contributes to the achievements of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, in which the palm oil industry itself can contribute to achievement of more than half of the 17 goals to transform the world under the UN SDGs. Next slide, please. So first of all, before we go into the EU deforestation regulations, we'll look into the import of the palm oil by the European Union. This slide actually shows the import of the EU from year 2010 until last year, 2022. And for last year, EU combinations of the 27 member states was the largest, was the second largest importer of palm oil after India. It actually contributes about 13% of the global palm oil import. As you can see that in last year's, EU imported about slightly above 6 million tons, in which it has started to decline. It's on a downward trend since 2019. This, one of the factors is most likely due to the implementation of the EU Renewable Energy Directives, which actually phases out the palm oil by the year 2030. In this context, I just want to share with you is that because of that regulations, both Indonesia and Malaysia have already taken this action, raised this concern, and this case is already at the dispute settlement body at the World Trade Organization, and we are expected to have the final report by end of, not not earlier than the third quarter of this year. So it's just to put in perspective is that the European Union is an important market, but it is already a mature market. Next slide, please. So now we go into the EUDR. The regulations already published in the official journal of the European Union on the 9th of June, 2023. And it entered into force on the 20th day of the publication, and that is the 29th of June this year. Since its publication and entry into force, the relevant articles will apply in the term in 18 months, which is on the 30th December 2024. Next slide, please. So the objective of the EUDR is to ensure that the products consumed by the EU citizens do not contribute to global deforestation and forest degradation. This is the rationale by the European Union side to formulate this EUDR. And in this, during its formulation, 7 relevant commodities, namely cattle, cocoa, coffee, oil palm, rubber, soya, and wood, and some of their derived products have been identified in the regulations. And we have to bear in mind that this is a European Union regulation, and it is their rights, their sovereignty rights to adopt such regulations. And therefore, in order to ensure the market access of palm oil products in this context, we have to comply with the requirements of the regulation. Next slide, please. So this is the annex of the regulation, Annex 1, in which this highlights the products or relevant products of palm oil, which will be implicated in the regulation. So as you can see that it is, I've just highlighted 2, which are the palm oil and its fractions, as well as crude palm kernel oil, in which this is where our smallholders, which is the producing the fresh fruit bunches, will have directly contribute to this particular 2 products. And of course, the other products are also originated from palm oil. Therefore, all the smallholders will have to comply to this in order to continue to have market access in the EUDR. Next slide, please. So now we refer to Article 3, which is the prohibitions of the EUDR. So relevant commodities and relevant products shall not be placed or made available on the market or exported unless all the following conditions are fulfilled. A, they are deforestation free. B, they have been produced in accordance with the relevant legislation of the country of production. And C, they are covered by a due diligence statement. I'm going to elaborate the regulations, the requirements shortly after this. So if you can see here, even it is made available for market or exported, it means that whatever product exported from EU will also be subjected to this. Therefore, in addition to direct exporting from the producing countries like Indonesia and Malaysia to the EU, there is also a possibility of indirect exporting of palm oil and its products from other countries to the EU. For example, palm oil is exported to China, to India, for example, and from there the products produced from China and India or other countries will also enter into the EU. Therefore, we have to ensure that the compliance of these regulations in order for the continued market access of palm oil in the EU market. Next slide, please. So now we look at the deforestation free. So the cutoff date as stipulated in the regulations is 31st December year 2020. This means that all plantation should be already been in existence before 31st December 2020, meaning there's no deforestation for these crops, the 7 relevant commodities identified. Therefore, for those plantations already in existence before that date, it is considered as deforestation free. And second is produced in accordance with the relevant legislation of the country of production. For the country of productions, meaning the national laws or national legislations of the countries in which palm oil is produced. In this context, we are referring to Indonesia or Malaysia, for example, because both Indonesia and Malaysia combined are the two biggest producers of palm oil that contributes about more than 85% of total global palm oil production. So as we heard this morning from the speaker from MSPO, MPOCC, Mr. Tan, as well as from Pak Herdiyadi, ISPO, both ISPO and MSPO already have, in terms of the national law incorporated into compliance of national law incorporated into the ISPO and MSPO. In this context, if let's say the producers of palm oil have the certifications of ISPO and MSPO, in principle, they are in compliance with these particular requirements. Next slide, please. And the third C requirements is on the due diligence statement, in which this is a collection of information, data, and documents, including, among others, those description of products. And more importantly, it's about geolocation, which is traceable all the way to the plots of land. So this is where we have the coordinates or the geolocation or the polygon for more than 4 hectares. In general, in Indonesia, there is one document that is the STDB, in which we also have the coordinates as well as the polygon, in which may be used as one of the tools to demonstrate this. According to what we heard this morning, both MSPO and ISPO have the transparency indicator or the principle, in which also will allow for this particular traceability all the way to the plots of land. However, at this point of time, the EU has already specified that they will not, at this point of time, recognize any certification scheme as it is. But we will talk about the way forward after this. Next slide, please. And another requirements that is stipulated in the EUDR is the country benchmarking system. So there will be 3-tier system that assess the countries or parts thereof and categorize them in order as a high risk, low risk, and standard risk. As the EUDR entered into force on the 29th of June 2023, all countries at this point of time are assigned as standard risk. And the list of countries or parts thereof that present a low or high risk shall be published through the implementing acts to be adopted no later than 30th December 2024. Meaning this is a transition of the 18 months where there is still possible to influence or to provide the necessary information, data, and scientific evidence to demonstrate that palm oil producing countries should be categorized as a low-risk country, and in the longer run, to remove palm oil from one of the relevant commodities under the EUDR. Next slide, please. So this is the scope and functions of Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries, CPOPC. We have 7 scope and functions, as you can see. In number 2, we have the enhance the welfare of the oil palm smallholders. Therefore, just to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, how important the role, it is important for CPOPC to continue to take all necessary actions to address the concerns and challenges faced by the oil palm smallholders from the palm oil producing countries, in particular members of CPOPC, and to ensure the well-being of the smallholders and the continued success and also the production from the oil palm smallholders, especially to ensure the generation of remunerative income as well as uplifting the livelihood. Next slide, please. So this slide shows that I'm going to share with you some of the efforts that have been done by CPOPC to minimize the impacts of the EUDR. So we have continued to raise the concerns and discuss the way forward to ensure the inclusivity of the oil palm smallholders. Because for us, the smallholders are an important component of the supply chain, as we can see in the earlier slides, that is actually cover a big portion of the planted area in palm oil producing country. So we have already conducted engagement and collaboration with the relevant stakeholders. We have initiated the gap analysis of mandatory national certification schemes against the requirements of the EUDR. As I mentioned earlier, MSPO and ISPO already in the principles and criteria have meet some of the requirements of the EUDR. So there's a need for us to identify the gap and to conduct the review and analysis in order for us to improve or to take necessary actions to ensure that once you are able to meet the requirements of the EUDR. So we also have communicated some of the proposed way forward in some of the media, and also continue to put forward all this together with some of the stakeholders, with the delegations of the EU. And more importantly, recently, we have CPOPC have successfully coordinated and facilitated a joint missions to Brussels, in which it has resulted a very positive outcome, in which I'm going to share with you after this. Next slide, please. So as I said, these are the first on the engagement and collaboration with the relevant stakeholders. So we have been meeting with the delegations of the EU and to look for all the concerns, challenges faced, and we also put forward what are the possible solutions to address these. And we have informal dialogue with civil society organizations, not only in producing countries, but also in European Union, in Netherlands, for example, especially like for MVO, and we also work together with some of these Solidaridad Europe. And we have continued to have consultation with relevant stakeholders in producing countries to know more about what are the concerns and whether there is any possible ways that we can address locally and also to bring at the international platform. And we also have continuous engagement with Secretary of ISPO and MPOCC as well for the MSPO. And recently, CPOPC had just initiated a partnership with Solidaridad Asia, and in which this is one of the ways that we are going to address the issues and the challenges faced by the industry, not specifically for EUDR, but EUDR is one of the discussion that we have, in which we want to look at how the consuming countries in this context review and identify the gaps between the requirements of the EUDR against MSPO and ISPO. Next slide, please. In general, I think Jono already mentioned this morning, palm oil is the only vegetable oil which is subjected to the most stringent certifications or sustainable certifications in the world. There's no other vegetable oil being subjected to all these certification schemes. So in this, we have Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil, ISPO, Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil, MSPO, which are the mandatory scheme. So which is already be subjected to all the producers in the country, irrelevant whether it's a smallholders or a big players. Therefore, it is important for us to carry out the gap analysis of the mandatory national certification scheme, which is to support the use of these schemes as tools to compliance with the EUDR. So because for the EUDR, based on the requirements, some of these requirements can already be met once we have the MSPO, ISPO, or even the SCDB document in Indonesia. Next slide, please. So this is one of the articles that we work together with the civil society organizations like the Solidaridad MVO with CPOPC. It was published in this Euroactiv on the 12th of April, which is a pan-European news website specialized in EU policies. So therefore, this is some of the measures in this particular article. The briefing notes, CPOPC together with the two organizations have already put forward some of the recommendation or proposal how to ensure the inclusivity of oil palm smallholders once the implementation of the EUDR. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, CPOPC facilitated and coordinated a joint mission which is led by Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Plantation and Commodities of Malaysia, and His Excellency Airlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia to Belgium from 30th to 31st of May. Following that particular joint mission, in which during joint mission, we already raised all the concerns and also requested for a possible consultative engagement in order to move forward the EUDR and ensure the inclusivity of oil palm smallholders. So following up to that joint mission, a visit by Dr. Florica, the Director General for the Environment of the European Commission to Indonesia and Malaysia was conducted from 26 to 28 of June and to discuss about the way forward. And this has resulted in a very positive establishment of the joint task force between Indonesia, Malaysia, and the European Commission, in which the first meeting is scheduled to be held the first week of August, which is next week. Next slide, please. So this is some of the photos of the joint missions to Brussels, in which you can see that both the ministers have the opportunity to meet with the EU policymakers, including from the European Commission, from the European Parliament, as well as from the members of the European Parliament, as well as the European Commission. So next slide, please. And here is a visit of a Director General for the Environment to both Indonesia and Malaysia. And during that time, CPOPC also have a separate meeting to discuss how do we work together to ensure the inclusivity of oil palm smallholders. Next slide, please. So arising from two visits, there's a joint press statement released on the 29th of June this year, in which three parties, the European Commission, Indonesia, and Malaysia, agreed to set up a joint task force to strengthen the cooperation for the implementation of the EU's deforestation regulation. This is a positive way on a consultative engagement, in which some of the concerns we raised was that the producing countries were not consulted during the formulations of the EUDR. So when we requested for a consultative engagement, and because of the joint mission and the arising from the joint mission, which has resulted in the establishment of this particular joint task force. So CPOPC has been tasked, will coordinate and facilitate the progress of the joint task force for palm oil. So the first meeting is tentatively scheduled on the 4th of August, which is next week. This is the current way forward, because this is where we have the transition time period of the 18 months, where we can negotiate and discuss all whatever concerns that we have and look at possible solutions to address the EUDR. This is where will result in the publications of the Implementing Act, as mentioned earlier, by the 30th December 2024, in which this will also be used as a platform where we can continue to raise our concerns and also propose or recommend what are the way forwards and look at how the national certification schemes will play a role to ensure the inclusivity of oil palm smallholders. Next slide, please. So as a conclusion, just to put in perspective, there will be minimal impacts. I'm not saying there's no impacts. There will be impacts, but it will be minimal on the oil palm smallholders upon the implementation of the EUDR. This is because in terms of deforestation free, the cutoff date of 31st December 2020, most of the smallholders are already planted. And some of you are already in the second generation, third generation, meaning that the plantation is already it's already been cultivated on oil palm for many, many years. And there is a continuous improvement on sustainable practices in palm oil producing countries in order to meet the national certification schemes. As we have heard this morning, both ISPO and MSPO are mandatory, and therefore all the smallholders will have to comply. And this will also bring the smallholders to meet to a higher level of sustainability practices through, among others, the good agricultural practice. And the joint task force is expected to deliberate the way forward for win-win solutions for the implementation of the EUDR. And more importantly, the Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries, CPOPC, will continue to intensify our efforts to ensure the inclusivity of the oil palm smallholders and, of course, the well-being of the oil palm industry. Next slide. With that, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pua. It looks like we already have like a license for about 25 minutes about smallholders and EUDR. And we are sure also that CPOPC have been doing a lot of things, especially communicating the requirements of smallholders like that in the wish list of Pak Purban to wider stakeholders. So ladies and gentlemen, we have another about 45 minutes to have final discussion. And we will add another 3% here. So I will invite to make this our discussion more exciting. So first, representative from Apkasindo, Pak Kasriwandi. Please welcome. Pak Kasriwandi is Apkasindo from Jambi. And then the second representative from NES, again, Pak Haji Asmi. Please welcome. Because previously you were as the moderator, right now you have chance to be a presenter. And then representative from MPOB, Pak Sahrin, Mr. Sahrin, please welcome. So we are now have 6 experts in their field. I'm sorry, I have to wait. So we believe that they are experts in their field. So it's better if all of you just deliver your 3 minutes, your claim, your thought, or whatever you want to say in just 3 minutes. The maximum is 5 minutes. Okay? 3 minutes, I think, is better. So we would like to start from this side of this side. I think that side. Please welcome Pak Haji Asmi. Oh, yes. Welcome. Yes, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat datang. Alhamdulillah. From this morning, we listened to the commitment from the ministers on smallholders. We are very happy. And this morning, we listened to the speakers from the smallholders. We are not happy. And this afternoon, we listened to the from Saim Dabi, a little bit happy. And then we listened to from Plasma, very, very happy. A lot of help to the smallholders. And finally, we listened to Dr. Pua, very gloomy. So this is the environment that the smallholders are facing now. So we are all, we are all the smallholders, the smallholders like us. We are not in the front liner. We are at the backyard. We are the receiver. Whatever regulation by EU, we are the receiver. We are living now what they call it the social capitalism economy, whereby in the old days, the producers are capitalists. Now they are including the social aspect of things. So this is transformed and bring down to the smallholders. The smallholders, mind you, also are capitalists. They are capitalists. What are the capital they have? They have the land, yes. They have the labor, yes. But they don't have the social aspect because they need a profit. But for the capitalists, like the consumer, they have the money, they have the people, and of course, they have the, what they call it, corporate social responsibility. So this thing should meet, you know. For the consumer, like the consumer of palm oil, they should balance between what our effort to get a sustainable palm oil, and they have to pay for it. So what Pak Rohan mentioned this morning regarding the branding of palm oil, yes, why not start branding of palm oil? Maybe you can start with sustainable and unsustainable palm oil, or maybe sustainable palm oil based on the categorization of smallholders. So this might work, we don't know. And second thing, under this, the social aspect of it, we have to empower the smallholders to increase the social aspect, the trustworthiness that is being mentioned during the short briefing just now. You can see, when I was in Brussels, I present my case on the smallholders part or the EUDR. They listen, but there's no action. But to my surprise, I heard they didn't listen, but to my surprise, when the ministers under the sponsorship of CPOPC, they should have bring the smallholders also, I think, during that time, but they don't bring out smallholders. And the passion for the smallholders, they agreed to form a task force. This is something good. This is a way forward. So in future, you have to bring the smallholders. You can bring Pak Rohan, you can bring Azmi Hassan, or somebody else. So we can bring the passion of the people there, the social aspect of it. So we have to need, because like Dr. Pua said, until now, what we have did, you know, what we have did on MSPO and RSPO, have you listened this morning? They didn't accept it. They don't recognize it. This is the, what they call the colonization mentality. This is what is happening now.
3 minutes.
So I stop at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then next, Pak Kasriwandi. About 3 minutes, Pak.
Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya mungkin berbahasa Indonesia saja, Pak Moderator.
Ya.
Saya adalah salah satu smallholder di Indonesia ya, berasal dari petani plasma. Kemudian pengurus Apkasindo di Jambi. Ya. Indonesia saat ini kan sangat petani atau smallholder ini sangat tergantung dengan komoditi kelapa sawit gitu. Kalau seandainya kelapa sawit tidak ada di Indonesia, mungkin masyarakat Indonesia itu akan miskin dan kelaparan gitu. Nah kami petani khususnya, baik plasma maupun petani swadaya atau mandiri, itu menganggap Uni Eropa itu sangat mendiskriminasikan smallholder di Indonesia. Kenapa? Disforestasi itu menjadi masalah utama gitu. Padahal minyak nabati mana yang tidak disforestasi awalnya gitu. Padahal rapeseed, sunflower dan yang lainnya jauh lebih luas arealnya gitu. Kemudian Apkasindo dan semua kelembagaan petani kelapa sawit di Indonesia sudah membuat petisi kepada Uni Eropa sudah lebih dari 1 kali gitu. Salah satu saya sampaikan yang ditandatangani oleh 5 kelembagaan petani di Indonesia yang ditujukan kepada, saya bacakan saja ya, petisi ke Uni Eropa dari petani sawit Indonesia, kepada Duta Besar dan Kepala Delegasi Uni Eropa untuk Indonesia.
Intinya saja dibacakan Pak, intinya saja.
Ya, ada 5 yang dianggap mendiskriminasikan petani Indonesia. Dari 17 juta petani Indonesia dan keluarganya. Saya langsung aja ke nomor 1. Petani Indonesia meminta mencabut penggantian UR terhadap petani Indonesia, harus menarik pasal dalam peraturan deforestasi yang secara tidak adil yang kedua, mencabut pelabelan risiko tinggi untuk negara Indonesia yang menjadi objek dari peraturan ini. Yang ketiga, menghormati dan mengakui standar ISPO atau peraturan terkait sawit yang berlaku di Indonesia. Yang keempat, memastikan Uni Eropa kedepannya tidak lagi menyerang dan mendesak tanaman kelapa sawit sebagai tanaman penyebab deforestasi. Yang terakhir, permintaan maaf Uni Eropa secara tertulis kepada jutaan petani sawit Indonesia.
Ya, 4 menit Pak.
Kami tanda tangani
Dipersingkat ya.
seluruh kelembagaan petani di Indonesia, Santri Plener, Apkasindo, Samade, Aspekpir, dan semua smallholder di Indonesia gitu. Jadi kami menganggap petani Indonesia, Uni Eropa terlalu mendiskriminasi gitu. Jadi kalau seandainya,
baik Pak, nanti bisa diskusikan lebih lanjut, sudah lebih
Oke.
dari 4 menit ya.
itu saja mungkin dari
Baik.
saya ya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Kas Dimandi. Berikutnya Pak Sarin, your time, about 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I just want to only touch about 2 topics. The first one on the profitability and then the second one on the certification. On the profitability side, I think we have to bear in mind that in Malaysia, the national yield for the smallholder, the average was below 60 ton per hectare per year. So for 2022, our national average was below than 16 ton per hectare per year. So if we compare with the national average, it's below than the national average. And then the second one, the thing that we must be worried that the current rate of replanting for Malaysian independent smallholder is only at 1.5%, the replanting rate of oil palm smallholders. And then the average harvesting rounds once per month. And then the second, it is more than 50% of independent smallholder are part-time smallholders. And then 70% of independent smallholder in Malaysia, the age are more than 50 years. And also we have to bear in mind that the cost of production is very high right now. And then I just want to have some suggestion for the solution of this issue on the profitability. Maybe the government, we have to push the independent smallholder to do the replanting, because it's like a time bomb right now. Only 1.5% replanting rate for independent smallholders. I think in the coming next for 5 or 10 years, there is more and more unproductive palm oil that belong to independent smallholder. So how do we want to increase our national yield on the average? And the second one, maybe the management of the smallholder farm. Now, almost 70% of oil palm smallholder in Malaysia, the average age more than 50 years old. And then 50% of them are part-time smallholders. So currently the farm are being managed by third parties, maybe by their families, maybe by the contractors. So it's the time for us to think and other method for managing the oil palm smallholding. Like we can use some of the cooperative model. We can develop a cooperative, and then by the cooperative, we can engage the workers and then to do the activities in the oil palm farm. And then we can also actually get assistance from the government, because we have the Suruhanjaya Koperasi, the cooperative commission in Malaysia. They get more fund. They can assist the cooperative in doing the management of oil palm. And then we also have a model of successful cooperative. In MPOB, we have developed several cooperative, which is I think now about 65 cooperative. The successful model of cooperative, they can actually engage with the unproductive farm that belong to the smallholders. Maybe the unproductive farm or smallholder can be managed by this cooperative right now. And then the second one on the capacity building program for the independent smallholders. I think the capacity building program for smallholders that being taken care of MPOB all the time, we only focus on the smallholders. But the smallholders, 50% of them are part-time. I think we forget to train the harvester, the manurer. I think that is the point, how to actually improve the GAP or good agricultural practice in the oil palm farm. And then last one, I want to touch about the sustainability certification. Right now, the sustainability certification for independent smallholder in Malaysia are being taken care of by MPOB. So MPOB, we have several officers on the ground to manage all the certification activities for independent smallholders. I don't know until when MPOB want to manage this thing, because it incur costs for MPOB as a government agency. So maybe it's the time for independent smallholders move forward and try to manage the certification activities, but supervised by the agency like MPOB. This is the way forward for independent smallholder. They are not only depend from the government to assist them for continuing the certification activities for MSPO. Thank you.
4 minutes. Thank you. Yes. Then your turn. 4 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Vicha. So basically, we have to, in terms of deforestation, I just want to share that, first of all, it was published online in one of the independent agency, World Resources Institute, that already reported that both the rate of deforestation for Malaysia as well as Indonesia, both countries has recorded on the declining rate for the past 5 years. So we have to highlight that we, the producer of palm oil, namely Indonesia and Malaysia, are also very much concerned with the environmental issue. And we are also committed to ensure that our next generation and our children also have a good life, and through combating the climate change and also global warming. So as you can see that with the certain uncertainties in the weather conditions due to the climate change, so we are also very concerned with conservation efforts to ensure the biodiversity loss is prevented and avoided. Both countries are also signatories to Paris Agreement, and we also have our nationally determined contributions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, I think it is important that we have to put in perspective the palm oil producing countries are also doing all our best to ensure to mitigate the effect of global warming and climate change, and of course conserve our forests, because our forest is the lungs of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, you're too fast, Dr. Puah. It's only 2 minutes. Thank you. Your turn, Pak Aziz.
Thank you, Pak Wicak. Different with the others, I would like just present 2 pearls of wisdom. The first wisdom: time, power, and money may not cooperate every time in our life, but kind of nature, understanding, compassion, spirituality, and truth will always help us in life to establish the palm oil sustainable in the world to achieve sustainable development goals. And the second, word of wisdom, networking is not just collecting contacts, but it is about planting and nurturing relationship or partnership between palm oil company and smallholders. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Pak. That's fine. Now your turn. It is the last presenter.
Yeah, thank you, Pak. I just wanted to share that I think not only the big plantation company are facing labor issue. We heard there are part-time independent smallholders. We heard this morning that yang mana Pak tu, yang third generation are not keen at all to take up the business families small plots. So the video we shared, right? It's not meant for plantation company. I think it's applied to smallholder as well. So it's not too far to reach. So in fact, I think not only on the sustainability or certificate aspect, I think if CPO, CP, or the both Malaysian and Indonesian authority, we should also focus on how to assist the smallholders to overcome in terms of getting back their small plot back to productive, right? So I think they do need some help, and it's not necessary to go for very advanced devices or machinery. They are simples, and machine were able to help them. Of course, I think I really concurred with MPOB. You need a radical approach to manage the smallholders, right? We need to have some form of corporations to manage them. If not, I don't think there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this is the time that we are waiting for. So we only have 30 minutes. So please, your question, mention your name and to whom your question directed to. Please, very short because we only have 30 minutes. Three questions first. Oh, there's no question. Oh, that's one. The other one? Yeah, you first. I think Panitia, please be ready to give the mic, please. Please, fast. So then after this, if there's no question, then the moderator have chance to ask question, right? Please, your name, very short, and to whom the question directed to.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Buni Japa. I'm representing Sarawak Dayak Oil Palm Planters Association, ODOPA. So I'm from Sarawak. So a bit nervous. Yeah, my question here, especially for the only ladies up front. Yeah, how far is smallholder or oil palm planters have to comply with the EUDR? How far are we going to what extent are we going to comply to their regulation? I mean, like our friends say we've been discriminated by this regulation. So how far are we going to allow ourselves to comply with them? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your questions. First of all, it's not about how far. It's about if you want to have market access of palm oil products in the EU market, we have to comply because that is the regulation set forth already, in which the regulation will already enter into force and all the relevant criteria or the principles and articles will apply 30th December 2024, in which we have the 18 months transition. So currently we are looking into all the possible ways or measures to be deliberated, to be discussed with the European Commissions and also the Indonesia and Malaysia parties to ensure that the inclusivity of oil palm smallholders, because we understand it is a real challenge because, like, for example, what are the implications, especially in terms of financial implications, if there is, and how are we going to address this issue? Yeah, thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, but it's just that, is there any other ways rather than we just depend on this European Union? I mean, we've been facing a lot of this kind of, how to say, challenges by them. So is there any other ways, or we just have to comply? Yeah, you know.
Basically, the EU 27 is an important trading partner, but it is not the only partner we have. As I mentioned, the largest importer of palm oil for last year was India. And the third importer was China. I mean, just to name a few. So we have new emerging markets, for example, like not really new emerging markets, put it this way. So when there is population growth, palm oil is a food ingredient. It will continue to be required. It is continue to be needed. And at the same time, because palm oil itself is a nutritious oil, we have the red palm oil, for example, in which it is rich in carotenoids, which is a provitamin A, and also tocotrienols, which are the vitamin E. So these are some of the way forward that is a value addition to ensure the continuous resilience and the competitiveness of the oil palm industry. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, another one.
Yes, please.
Just now you mentioned that in West Malaysia, they kind of like a mature market, like a lot is for replanting, but it's not the same with Sarawak. We still have relatively quite new planters started to plant oil palm. So the EUDR is actually affecting the livelihood of our smallholder, especially the indigenous people, our Dayak people. So maybe we can look into that. Perhaps I would like to recommend or suggest if CPOPC, I heard about the task force just now, right? The task force for the with the EU. Yeah, so maybe could include DOPA to be inside that task force.
For your information, CPOPC is only the facilitator and coordinator. Who will be in the member of the joint task force is up to the government or the relevant ministry of the government. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Ubua, actually you can, expand your answers. Say like, how can they involve in this joint task force? Say like by the countries or different countries or what?
Basically, if you really would like to provide input with relevant to the EUDR or provide possible solutions, you can contact CPOPC. We can be very happy. We can be very happy. We will be happy to help you to put forward all your proposal or your recommendation.
That is what we want to hear.
But it will be subjected to the consideration of the joint task force. We are the secretariat, as the facilitator and coordinator.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, fair enough.
So that's it. So I believe that CPOPC is more relevant, more visible, right? So we had just this first question. Any other question? Yes, Papa? Okay, Pak, please be short. Don't forget to mention your name.
My name is Mr. Tuni, who live from Sarawak. I just want to add a bit of challenges or question to what my friends said, because we are both from the Dayak Oil Palm Planter Association. You see, our state government, at the moment, we are encouraging the property-driven Dayak to uplift their social economy by allowing them to cultivate their NCR, what we call the native customary land rights. So this is not in line with EUDR. So I hope that that cannot be an excuse for EUDR to, to not to buy our product because we are not following the deforest regulation, if it does have an effect on it. And we would like to see that anybody, especially the native of Borneo, would like to uplift their economic and social livelihood as well, like our brothers who are already advanced in West Malaysia in the palm oil industry. And another question, you see the smallholders in Borneo, in Sarawak in particular. I am just asking MPOB or the government for the matter. Every time there is a bad time for oil palm planters in the country, we are never being assisted, giving aids. Of course, like other farmers, other fishermen, if this bad time, the government pump in money to help them. But when bad time for sawit planter, oil palm planter, everybody keep quiet. And look like now, the inputs for oil palm have increased tremendously. Last time, the cost of 18 liters of pesticide or weedicide in Sarawak is about 200. Now it's about 500, 600. How to survive? And the cost of FFB dropped, but the cost of input never dropped, still remain there as high as ever. So what has MPOB done to help to assist the small planter? Thank you very much.
So your question directed to MPOB
and
only?
to the ladies just now. The
And the
first one
ladies.
is the ladies,
Yes.
I mean, because I was telling you that deforestation is still ongoing in Sarawak,
Same
despite the EDUR regulation to stop
Okay then,
deforestation.
so first MPOB first.
Thank you.
Give answers and then Pupua will complete.
I think I would like to answer both questions. Can?
Yes, sure.
Okay, on the first one on the cut-off date of new planting. Actually, on 2019, the Cabinet of Malaysia has approved the palm oil sustainability policy, which is we set the cut-off date for the new planting or conversion of forest into oil palm on 2019. So under that Malaysian sustainable policy on 2019 that being approved by the Cabinet of Malaysia, we have 4 objectives. The first one to limit the oil palm planted area in Malaysia at the cap of 6.5 million hectare maximum. And then the second one to not allow any conversion of forest into oil palm. And then the third one, not allow any conversion of peat into oil palm. And the last one, we want to actually publish the oil palm planting map in Malaysia. So after the approval of that sustainability policy on 2019, actually that policy has been presented in the Mesyuarat Menteri Besar and Ketua Menteri, which is chaired by the Prime Minister at that time on 2019. So I think every state, Sarawak also being represented by the Chief Minister, has actually aware on this policy. Should be during that time, this policy should be associated with internal state policy, so that any state policy are not jive with the federal policy. So I don't know who want to be blamed on this thing, but I think, however, anything that being decision that being made by the federal should be followed by the state, even though we are not in the same language, maybe state and federal not in the same language sometimes. So, but the state government has to follow the federal actually being state. So in this one, Actually, we have visited the Sarawak chief ministers during 2019 after the approval of the policy. Then the chief minister of Sarawak during that time actually has aware this policy, and they stated that anything of the land of pit area, I think in Sarawak, the most of the area are pit area. On the pit area at Sarawak, the chief minister has said that anything land that belong to the state government, they will follow the policy of the federal. However, for the land that belong to the independent smallholders, or the land that not belong to the state government, they can actually do whatever they want. So I think that's where how this thing happened. And then talking into that, and the MSPO 2022 has been presented this morning by Mr. Tan, MPOCC. So you have seen that there are cut-off date of new planting of palm oil under the MSPO 2022. So under MSPO 2022, the cut-off date of new planting is before 31st December 2019. Actually, same with the Malaysia Sustainable Policy, 31st December 2019. So that's mean if there are new planting after 31st December 2019, they cannot be certified with MSPO. So how are we going to do with that? So I don't know, is there any mechanism or methodology to handle with the new planting, with the oil palm that are planted after the cut-off date? We have two cut-off date now. The first one, cut-off date for MSPO 2022, and then the second one, cut-off date for EUDR, which is later 1 year after the cut-off date for MSPO 2022. The first MSPO 2019, and then the EUDR 31st December 2020. So we have to be benchmark. I think we have to follow the MSPO certification because MSPO certification is a mandatory requirement. EUDR for the time being is not mandatory anymore. It's not mandatory. However, the MSPO certification is mandatory. It's associated with the license. Without MSPO certification, you cannot be licensed by MPOB and you cannot sell your FFB. So something need to be done, need to be discussed further on this issue. And then the second one on the question about the smallholders during the bad time, what MPOB done for the smallholders during the bad time. I think actually previously MPOB, we have a lot of grant to be given to the smallholders. We have the replanting grant, we have the new planting grant. We also assist the smallholders for buying the input for fertilizer, for the chemical. However, changing the policy by the government during the election, we are changing the government. So the policy also changed during the changing of the government. So I think starting 2018, 2019, the government has changed not to give more subsidies to the smallholders. And then starting 2019 and then 2020, which is RMK 12 project, started on 2021, there are no more subsidies for the independent smallholders. All the subsidies are converted into the loan. So for smallholders, if they want to do the replanting, MPOB, we are providing a loan to the smallholders with the interest rate of 2%. Then you to be paid after 2 years, which is after you harvest the fruit and then you get the income from that. And then we also provide the input loan for you to buy some input of some such as fertilizer, such as chemical. Actually, MPOB also put the loan to the smallholders, which is the loan being managed by the agro bank. You can actually apply to MPOB for you to get the loan and then to buy the input for your farm. And then later we also have the actually scheme that we call it as an integration scheme. Now we only open for 2 type of livestock, which is chicken and also duck only. However, the scheme have been applied from the smallholders, and then there are no more fund for that. However, you can actually advise the government to actually open up this scheme to help the smallholder, because smallholder also pay the cess to MPOB and then pay the tax to the government. Also, they also contribute to the GDP of Malaysia. So I think smallholder in return, smallholder should get more, not just like loan and also the incentive that give minimum impact to the smallholders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this month we still have little bit of time. But if we talk about UDR again, I think, sometimes we are very tired, Can we take a break just a while talking about UDR and we talk about other else? Say like in this smallholder workshop, we actually try to have lesson learned Malaysian smallholders about transforming a mechanization in the field. So may I just take this opportunity to raise a little bit question for all of us. I'm asking to Pak Tang about the mechanization. My question is that possible if your technology of mechanization to be transformed to the smallholder? And how? You only have 3 minutes. Sorry.
Yeah, but nothing is impossible. In fact, they are. In fact, there are much smaller machinery even being used by some derby in those areas that accessibility is a challenge. Yeah, it's highly possible. In fact, you attend any agriculture or exhibition, there are a lot of so-called small machinery suppliers available in the market. And I divert a bit. I really like to share this my personal view. Although I know today we are focused on the smallholders for oil palm, but then for the friends at Sarawak, I share the same concern because I was with sustainability department before. But then to me, for those smallholders that have land yet to be planted, you not necessary to plant oil palm. There are other crops to be considered, and they are higher value crops can be considered. Of course, marketing is critical. So you really want to help the smallholders in Sarawak, right? Then look at the alternative crop with the marketing plan. That I think it will help. No point we bang the wall. You know that we are not going to get MSPO, and moving forward, certification is unavoidable. So that is my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay, so you give another direction then. Okay, I would like to expand this topics to smallholders, Nash, and also Pak Sindo. Do you want to have mechanization in your field? What's your answer?
Okay, when you talk about mechanization, you see, for smallholders, they are very small. It's not practical and not viable. You see, mechanization now costs very high. I take, for example, Chantas. Chantas, they cost 3,500 ringgit. And Chantas, in terms of efficiency, it can go above or what the acreage that we have. So it's not economical for that unless we work as a cooperative. A cooperative will organize just like a Grab system, that somebody organize it under a cooperative, and then the smallholders can lend the mechanism from the cooperative. Then that will be efficient. If we buy the mechanism, we buy the machine and do it ourselves, it's over efficient and it's not economical. This is one main problem about mechanization in the smallholders. Okay. Unless they work as a group, I think they will work.
Okay, then probably next time we can find another machine that is very small and useful for smallholders. Bagaimana Pak? Apkasindo, apakah Bapak ingin menerapkan mekanisasi? Mungkin mekanisasinya yang lain ya, mungkin ada yang banyak yang lain tentu. Silakan Pak.
Oke, kalau menurut kami Apkasindo, teknologi itu kita dukung, tapi mungkin tentu berdampak terhadap petani langsung. Karena pengangguran semakin besar. Sementara negara aja udah susah mengatasi pengangguran gitu. Nah, kita di Indonesia itu lebih dari 80% itu kan petani aktif. Ya kan? Kalau seperti beliau tadi katakan, itu kan tidak selalu mengelola sendiri. Ya kan? Tidak selalu mengelola sendiri dan tidak selalu mengoperasikan sendiri gitu. Karena kan biaya pasti mahal gitu. Nah, inilah mengakibatkan penganggurannya semakin besar sehingga tentu resiko-resiko yang akan dihadapi semakin besar. Kalau orang tidak bekerja tentu Idenya
Baik.
macam-macam Pak untuk kejahatan itu. Terima kasih.
Baik, itu pendapat Bapak ya. Terima kasih. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have 8 more minutes. So one question with very short question. Somebody? Yes, you Pak. To whom your question directed to?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Said Abraman daripada Nash, from Nash. Sorry Pak Wijak, due respect from our friend from Indonesia and Malaysia, and respect to my country, allow me to speak in Malay, bahasa Malaysia, bahasa.
You are welcome.
Thank you. First, saya nak tanya kepada ini nak bagi pandangan ataupun pendapat saya kepada Cik Syahrin dululah. Isu tanam semula yang replanting yang kurang orang pohon. Tapi saya rasa MPOB pun sedar dan kami daripada Nash selalu membangkit isu-isu ini melalui kita punya lembaga pun ada Tuan Haji Azmi tentang faktor umur. Ya, ini akan berkait dengan generation yang dibangkitkan oleh itu pula orang-orang kurang minat. Itu satu. Yang kedua, pasal kerajaan pada masa ini kenakan pinjaman akun grant, tidak merupakan grant. Ini juga merupakan satu isu yang menyebabkan smallholders kurang nak buat tanaman semula. Itu nanti Cik Syahrin boleh ulaskanlah. Tertarik lagi satu Mr. Tang punya tadi pasal teknologi. Mesin-mesin tu yang cantik-cantik tu. So, as a smallholders, kita ni pendapatan kecil, tak sama macam Sam Dabi. Ada 2-3 hektar. Malaysia, Malaysia, perkebun kecil 100 hektar ke bawah. Macam Indonesia, saya dengar ribu-ribu benar dah. Consider sebagai perkebun smallholders juga. Tapi kemampuan itu, teknologi menarik perhatian kepada saya. Tapi bila agak-agak perkebun kecil di Malaysia mampu memiliki teknologi seperti itu. So mohon satu pandangan dan ini daripada hasil kajian. Sekian, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you. So first question to Pak Syahrin and the second for Pak Tang.
Tuan Haji Syed, Assalamualaikum, selamat petang. Jadi saya jawablah berkaitan dengan pinjaman tanam semula. Sebenarnya perkara ini memang telah sekian lama dipohon oleh pihak perkebun kecil. Even saya rasa yang ada di sebelah saya ni Tuan Haji Azmi, dia sendiri duduk di dalam board MPOB ahli lembaga MPOB dah sekian lama. Sendiri pun dah bangkitkan isu ini berkali-kali, tapi still pinjaman tetap pinjaman, dia tak jadi grant. So saya rasa di sini pun ada wakil daripada pihak kementerian. Dan MPOB bukan tak bawa permohonan ni kepada pihak kementerian, kita dah bawa berkali-kali ke pihak kementerian, tetapi polisi adalah polisi yang wajar diikuti dan saya rasa tak salah untuk kita cuba mohon lagi Tuan Haji, cuba mohon lagi, mungkin ada sinar satu hari nanti pinjaman yang akan bertukarlah kepada grant, insya-Allah. Terima kasih.
Okay, it's your time.
Saya tidak menafikan penggunaan mesin tu mungkin not so economical untuk smallholders lah. But yang like I said earlier, you need some, I think rightly pointed out some of the panel members here, that we need to have a radical approach. It means that maybe some form of cooperation need to be introduced to manage the independent smallholders, right? And bila kita cakap mechanizing, tak semestinya mesin-mesin yang canggih, tak. Seperti yang motorized wheelbarrow yang selagi dia boleh mengurangkan keperluan tenaga buruh, itu maksudnya mechanization. Yang pentingnya, we must start somewhere. If we keep waiting, then nothing is going to happen. So of course, I fully agree that smallholder needs some help from the authorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Tang. I think your answer just opened up our eyes, our mind that mechanization is not only the very sophisticated machine, but it's very, like what you said, it's very useful. I think we still have another pekerja, and then the rest done by machine. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we only have about 3 minutes. I think let's let it go. Oh, still one? Yes, please.
I would like to suggest to CPOPC. Okay, one thing that we should have formed a caucus for the smallholders, across all the producer countries. This is very important, because this is a start. Second thing, I think the last meeting that we have in Medan, there is a company showing the blockchain technology. This is something left behind by no only looking into it. When we are looking into benefit to smallholders, if we are putting money to be certified, to be sustainable, and then there is a cost to it, and somebody have to pay for it. So EU said they are willing to tap in. So maybe here, CPOPC can ask EU to come up with a system, a very transparent system, whereby smallholders, when they produce a product, a quality product, a sustainable FFB, and they can trace where the product goes to, which customer have it, and that customer has paid for that premium. And this is something way forward that we should look into, like a blockchain, cryptocurrency, all this kind of thing. It's there in the market. So sometimes we are not looking to the market per se. We are looking to production. So this is when I said about social capitalism, this is the thing that we should look into. The working together between the consumer and the producer, the company, the NGOs. These are the things that we have to go into. This is our asset. We have a good infrastructure of palm oil. So there is a bright future for palm oil in Malaysia. We have a good infrastructure, we have a good professional, we have good smallholders, we have got land, but now they are taking our land. They are taking our land, they are taking our labor, they are taking everything. They are sending missiles. We have to come with anti-missiles now. So our anti-missile is MSPO, ISPO. We have to really benchmarking ourselves above and above EUDR. We must be above EUDR, not following EUDR. That's what I'm saying. So we must make MSPO or ISPO as our way of life. Thank you very much.
I would like to concur what Tuan Haji Hazmi said.
1 minute?
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, 1 minute. Actually, talking about the fund, previously all the brand, they're putting money to the NGO for certifying all the smallholders to the RSPO. Now, the brand, they are not focusing more on the RSPO. Now they are focusing on NDPE. No deforestation, no pit, no exploitation. I think there is some opportunity for us to work with the brand so that the brand know what are the current challenges, current issue facing by smallholders like labor, like replanting, old palm tree. Maybe they can put their fund into to actually incentivize all the smallholders in getting all the issue being settled on the ground. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So tomorrow we have a lot of time. We can discussing there. And actually, CPOPC is also discussing, collecting about the things, about platforms to be implemented for sustainability in front. So I think that's it. So I think this is a very good time for us to discussion. And then please give applause to the expert in here, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pak. Thank you. Thank you. So I give the mic to Panitia. Thank you very much.
Our warmest thanks to Dr. Wicaksana Darmo Sarkoro as moderator of the second sessions, along with the speakers and panelists. Once again, round of applause, please. And now for our final session, may I invite the closing remarks from Yang Berbahagia, Datuk Najib Wahab, Deputy Secretary General of Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries. So Datuk Najib, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Satya. Actually, after hearing the deliberation, the panel discussion, which was so active, I forgot that I have to give a closing speech. Anyway, I think that is a sign that this has been a successful one-day workshop. So for that, I would like to say a big thank you to all of you for making time to attend this workshop, and for our online participant, also thank you. I hope you are still around, because I have some announcement to make. You remember we have been flashing some competition for everyone which participated in the workshop, whether offline or online. And the title of that competition is the most insightful story of CPOPC International Smallholders Workshop. So our people at the back there have done the vetting process, and now we have some winners which I would like to announce. I start from the back. We have 4 winners. First, the special recognition award on his Twitter goes to Mr. Leonardo, not DiCaprio, Leonardo Simorankir. He will get a special recognition of 250 ringgit. The third winner posts on her Meta. Her name is Lakshmi Virasamy. She will get 500 ringgit. And the second winner posts on his Meta too, Mr. Ahmad Indradi. He will get 750 ringgit. And the biggest winner with the most likes, okay. What's the first winner? Okay. Okay, this is the second winner, Puan Nurzihat. She got her post on Meta and Facebook, and she earned, for a short while, she earned 10 likes, and she will get 1,000 ringgit. Ah. Oh, 750, sorry. Sorry, kalau kurang nanti saya ganti. And the winner, sorry, Pak Ahmad, you are the winner actually. On Meta, Facebook, you earn 1,000 ringgit. Congratulations to all of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, the MC said that this is a closing speech. This is not a closing speech because we have another full day tomorrow. This is just a wrap-up session. And as I mentioned earlier, that judging by the participation, by how active people are today, I think I would say that this first session today with the title Plight of the Smallholder, as well as moving forward, has been a successful one. So meaning that next year, Pak Rizal, we can have another one, right? And this time in Indonesia. And if PNG becomes a member of CPOPC, within the next 2 months, we may consider having it in Papua New Guinea. Mr. Capson, remember that. So most of you, or some of you, came earlier here yesterday. and you were given a tour of market town. But I didn't join the tour. This morning I came in and I asked some of the participants, were you given a treat with our famous Malaysian durian yesterday? They said no. So none of, especially for our Indonesian guests and the PNG guests, Malaysian durian are the best durian in the world, right? So tomorrow, during the field visit, I've managed to get Mr. Tan Meng Kong from Sandabi to sponsor durian. After our field visit at Merlimau Estate. Oleh Mr. Tan, please make sure our standard is Bosangkik. So gentlemen, I do not have much to say. So I would like to end my speech with our traditional pantun. The first one, I got two pantun. The first one, tangkap monyet memakai kawat. Monyet kurus tak pernah makan. Petani sejahtera, negara kuat. CPOPC harus akan memastikan. Dan pantun kedua saya, malam-malam melihat bintang. Badan dingin terasa gemetaran. Lahan pertanian luas terbentang. Moga bisa beri kesejahteraan. With that, thank you very much. See you, all of you, tonight for dinner and tomorrow for the field visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Datuk Najib, for wrapping such insights, pantun, and also a brief for us to eating durian tomorrow. And now, dear distinguished participants, this is the moment that we have been waiting for, and thank you for your enthusiasm and participations on CPOPC International Smallholders Workshop 2023. As Datuk Najib said, this is not the end of the workshop, this is the beginning of our connections. Hopefully, we could stay in touch towards our social media platform and get to know the latest insights and updates from CPOPC through CPOPC YouTube channel, Instagram, Twitter, Meta, and LinkedIn. My name is Satria Bahar from CPOPC. Allow me to end closing today's workshop also with the pantun. Dari Melaka menuju Medan, petani berkumpul di ladang. Selamat petang, selamat Aryan. Sampai jumpa di International Smallholders Workshop and Field Visit mendatang. Very good evening to all delegates. The Secretariat of CPOPC would like to extend an announcement that tonight we also have a dinner at Courtyard Cafe at the lobby at 7 p.m. And then tomorrow we will also have the field visit, as Datuk Najib mentioned. So be prepared on lobby at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And also for the dress code, as you may discover on the tote bag, we already shared the polo shirt for you. So please wear your polo shirt and hat for CPOPC. Thank you.
Honduras, ALPA, will ensure the correct distribution of seeds,
Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, distinguished delegates who are still remain on the room, the Secretariat of CPOPC would like to invite all of you to have one last time photo sessions. So please be ready for the photo sessions with our staff from CPOPC. Okay. Yeah, please come to the center of the photo session.